Welcome to War Sleep Stories. Today we'll be listening to 3 relaxing true war stories to make you fall asleep. The summer sun bore down relentlessly over the small Maryland town of Bladensburg. Dust rose in choking clouds, stirred by the shuffle of boots and the iron wheels of artillery carriages. Sweat streamed from the brows of soldiers, American militia, regulars, and sailors, all arrayed in haphazard lines along the ridge above the Anacostia River. These were the men tasked with holding back the unstoppable tide of British veterans marching toward Washington. In the midst of the sweltering chaos stood Commodore Joshua Barney, a man whose face betrayed the signs of fever. For days he had been bedridden with illness, but the news of the British advance had forced him upright and onto the battlefield. Behind him, the men of his Chesapeake flotilla, a rugged band of sailors turned infantry, awaited orders. Their naval uniforms stood out starkly among the ragged militia, who clutched muskets with trembling hands. Barney raised his spyglass and surveyed the distant enemy columns, their red coats flashing in the afternoon sun like embers carried by the wind. The British Army, led by the imposing General Robert Ross, advanced with the mechanical precision of seasoned troops who had seen far worse. Each step brought them closer to the onslaught, a city woefully unprepared for the onslaught. Nearby, Colonel William Winder, the nominal commander of the American defense, paced nervously. Winder's eyes darted toward the approaching British soldiers and back to his scattered forces. His hand trembled as he wiped his brow with a handkerchief. "They're too many," Winder murmured. "We can hold," Barney snapped, his voice sharp and unyielding. "We will hold." Barney's men worked feverishly to position their 2 cannons, naval guns salvaged from their scuttled flotilla. These were Barney's pride, his last semblance of control over a war that had turned disastrous. As the heavy guns settled into position, a familiar cry echoed across the lines. "Nostra tecam travenat somnum nas tectis ut volta grunt." Here they come, a distant trumpet sounded. British troops, advancing in perfect lines, began crossing the shallow bridge over the Anacostia River. Red coats emerged from the heat haze like spectres, muskets glinting. Flanking them were skirmishers, nimble and lethal, ready to exploit gaps in the American defense. The first American cannon roared to life, its deep boom splitting the stagnant air. A British column faltered momentarily as Barney's men found their range. Plumes of smoke and splinters erupted where the iron shot struck the bridge, and, for a brief moment, hope surged through the American lines. "Steady now! Reload!" Barney barked, his voice carrying across the hill. The American militia, however, did not share Barney's steel. From their positions closer to the river, farmers and townsmen, some still wearing civilian clothes, watched in terror as the British marched forward, unflinching. The British artillery returned fire, cannonballs screaming through the air to crash among the American ranks. Men screamed and scattered, their lines breaking into chaos. In the confusion, Captain Samuel Miller, a young officer under Winder's command, rode frantically back and forth along the lines, trying to rally the militia. Problems I have been exercising for some months. Stand firm, men, for Washington, he cried, his saber raised high. But it was no use. Panic spread like wildfire. The militia began to break, running for the safety of the woods behind them. Colonel Winder, watching from his horse, paled visibly. He turned to his aides. "Order a retreat," Winder said hoarsely. "We cannot hold them." From his position further up the hill, Barney watched in fury as the militia scattered. His sailors, though vastly outnumbered, held their ground. They reloaded and fired again, each shot a blow of defiance. Barney turned to one of his aides and growled, "To hell with Winder. We'll fight here." By late afternoon, the battlefield was consumed by smoke and fire. The British had crossed the bridge, their ranks pressing up the hill toward Barney's sailors. To Barney, the world narrowed to the sounds of cannon fire and the smell of gunpowder. "Double charge the guns!" Barney roared, his face flushed with fever and rage. His men complied, their hands blackened with powder and sweat. The cannons thundered again, tearing into the British ranks at close range. Despite the punishing fire, the British advanced relentlessly. General Ross, calm and methodical, ordered his troops to fan out and encircle the American position. In the chaos, Barney's men found themselves isolated, cut off from the rest of the retreating American forces. Then came the bayonets. British infantry surged up the hill, their fixed bayonets gleaming like needles of silver in the fading light. Barney, wounded by a musket ball to the thigh, refused to leave his post. His sailors fought on with desperation, their muskets and cutlasses proving no match for the disciplined British charge. Blood darkened the earth. In the final moments of the battle, Barney was surrounded. A British officer approached him, his sword raised. "Your men fought bravely, sir," the officer said, lowering his weapon in respect. "Do you surrender?" Barney, clutching his bleeding leg, nodded stiffly. For now." "Please." Far to the south, in the heart of Washington city, the sounds of battle carried on the wind. Civilians gathered in the streets, their faces pale with fear. Among them was Dolly Madison, the First Lady of the United States. Inside the President's house, she moved with purpose, directing servants to pack up vital documents, including the Declaration of Independence. Outside, the sky darkened with the smoke of battle. "Is it true?" one of the servants asked her. "Have they broken through?" Dolly paused, her hands clutching a gilded frame that held the portrait of George Washington. "We don't know yet," she said softly. "But we must prepare for the worst." She turned to Paul Jennings, a young enslaved man who served in the President's house. "Help me with this painting, Paul. We cannot let them take him." Together, they removed the portrait from its frame and prepared it for transport. It was an act of defiance, a refusal to let the symbols of the young republic fall into enemy hands. As the sun dipped below the horizon, riders galloped into the city with grim news. The British had won at Bladensburg. They were coming. Chapter 19. The British Army entered Washington under the cover of night. Fires burned along the roadways where American forces had abandoned their supplies in haste. General Ross, riding at the head of his column, surveyed the city with a mixture of awe and calculation. "Leave the civilians be," he ordered his men. "We're here for their government, not their people." The order was clear, but the city, defenseless and abandoned, offered little resistance. British troops marched toward the President's house and the Capitol with torches in hand. The torching of Washington was about to begin. The streets of Washington were eerily silent as the British forces entered the capital. Fires smouldered on the outskirts, left behind by the retreating Americans. General Robert Ross and Admiral George Cockburn, the two most prominent figures leading the British campaign, rode side by side at the head of their troops. Their expressions were stoic, unmoved by the grandeur of the buildings around them. "This city is a child's creation," Cockburn sneered, gesturing at the wide avenues and unfinished government buildings. "No match for London." Ross did not reply. He was a soldier of discipline, not bravado. But he knew why they were here. The British had been humiliated when American forces burned York the year before. Now they were delivering their revenge. The Capitol building was their first target. A detachment of British troops entered the structure, their footsteps echoing in the marble halls. Reports described soldiers wandering in awe through the impressive chamber of the House of Representatives, where they found books, papers, and furniture untouched by battle. Some even marveled at the frescoes and symbols of the young republic, a city ambitious beyond its years. Admiral Cockburn stood in the House chamber and mockingly declared, "Shall this harbour of Yankee democracy be burned to the ground, gentlemen?" The soldiers answered with action. Within minutes, torches were lit. Flames leaped along the heavy curtains and wooden panelling, spreading faster than anyone could have expected. The smoke billowed through the halls, black and suffocating. Outside, the red glow of the Capitol on fire lit up the night sky. Civilians who had remained in the city, many too poor to flee, watched helplessly from alleyways and windows. Their city, their nation's capital, was ablaze. Hours earlier, inside the President's house, Dolly Madison worked feverishly as the sounds of the battle at Bladensburg grew distant. The First Lady was no stranger to stress. Known for her charm and poise, Dolly had become a figure of unity and grace in Washington's young society. But this night, she was the last line of defense for the symbols of the Republic. "We must hurry," she urged her remaining staff, including her trusted servant, Paul Jennings. In a letter she later recounted, Dolly described peering anxiously through a spyglass at the horizon, where she could see American soldiers retreating and British troops advancing. Her heart pounded as messengers came galloping into the city, shouting warnings. "They're coming. I will not leave until the portrait is safe. Dolly said firmly, pointing to the massive oil painting of George Washington by Gilbert Stuart. Jennings and other servants worked quickly, cutting the portrait from its frame and rolling it up for transport. Dolly directed the men to pack vital state papers and personal belongings as the sounds of British drums grew louder. "Go," Dolly ordered finally, looking back at the empty, quiet rooms of the President's house. She gathered her skirts and fled into the night. Hours later, British troops under Admiral Cockburn arrived at the President's house. According to accounts from the soldiers, Cockburn strolled through its empty halls, inspecting the furniture and decor. Finding a large dining table set for dinner, food left untouched in the American retreat, he laughed. "We shall dine here tonight," Cockburn declared, "and toast the President." The British officers reportedly enjoyed the meal before setting the house ablaze. By midnight, the President's house was engulfed in flames, its white walls glowing like embers against the dark sky. The destruction of Washington continued methodically. British forces targeted not only the Capitol and President's house, but also other symbols of the American government. The Treasury building was set alight, its stacks of financial records and ledgers reduced to ash. Despite the destruction, one building was spared, the Patent Office. William Thornton, superintendent of the Patent Office and a staunch advocate for science and progress, personally intervened. As British soldiers approached with torches, Thornton reportedly stood at the entrance and shouted, "Do not destroy this building. It contains the future of mankind." The soldiers hesitated. Thornton pleaded with the commanding officer, emphasizing that the patents inside were not tools of war, but symbols of human ingenuity. Remarkably, his plea worked. The Patent Office remained intact, a rare exception in the city's fiery devastation. Elsewhere, churches, businesses, and private homes, mostly untouched, stood silent as the flames consumed the heart of the city. Civilians like Anna Thornton, William's wife, recorded in her diary the haunting sounds of the British soldiers marching through Washington, their boots pounding rhythmically against the cobblestone streets. "I sat by the window and watched," she wrote, as the flames lit up the sky and turned night into day. By the morning of August 25th, the British had completed their destruction of the Capitol and the President's house. As the fires still burned, a strange and unexpected event occurred, one that would become legend. The summer heat gave way to dark clouds rolling in from the west. A sudden wind picked up, whipping through the streets and scattering embers. Then came the rain. At first it was a light drizzle, but within minutes a full-fledged storm struck Washington. Sheets of rain poured from the sky, extinguishing the fires that still raged in the Capitol and President's house. Witnesses described the downpour as tornado, accompanied by fierce winds and even a tornado that tore through the British ranks. British soldiers, caught in the storm, struggled to maintain their footing. One soldier was reportedly killed when a falling structure collapsed on him. Tents and supplies were torn apart, and the once confident British forces found themselves drenched and demoralized. General Ross himself later acknowledged the bizarre weather as a stroke of misfortune. To the Americans who witnessed it, the storm was more than a coincidence. Some called it divine intervention, a sign that Providence had not abandoned their cause. Later, by the morning of August 26th, the British forces began their withdrawal from Washington. Their objectives had been met: the destruction of key government buildings, a psychological blow to the American war effort, and revenge for York. Yet the storm had taken its toll. Many soldiers were exhausted, soaked to the bone, and eager to leave the ruined capital behind. As they departed, British soldiers reportedly marched past the smouldering remains of the President's house, where blackened walls stood like the skeleton of a once proud structure. Admiral Cockburn, ever defiant, turned back toward the city and muttered, "Let this be a lesson." Washington City was left in ruins, its government temporarily scattered. Civilians emerged from their hiding places to witness the devastation. Anna Thornton recorded in her diary the smell of ash lingering in the air, the eerie silence, broken only by the cries of those who had lost everything. "The city is in mourning," she wrote, "but we are not broken." As dawn broke on August 26th, the city of Washington was an unrecognizable ruin. The President's house stood as a shell, blackened and hollow, its iconic white walls smeared with soot. The Capitol building's dome was gone, reduced to rubble, and its chambers still smouldered. Among the first to survey the destruction was William Thornton, Superintendent of the Patent Office. Thornton's chest heaved as he stood in the wreckage of the city. Though he had saved the Patent Office, it was a small comfort amid the broader ruin. He met with neighbours and friends, walking through the charred streets in disbelief. "We have endured York's fire," Thornton murmured aloud to himself, referencing the American destruction of Canada's capital the previous year. "But this is our shame to bear." Children wandered through the remains of their homes, some clutching burned remnants of toys. Women searched for family members who had scattered during the panic. The poor, unable to flee during the British invasion, sat on porches, their clothes soaked from the previous day's storm. Smoke hung in the air like a mourning shroud. Meanwhile, civilians like Anna Thornton, William's wife, moved through the devastation and attempted to comfort the families who had stayed. In her diary, Anna wrote, "The heavens wept for us last night, and now the fires are no more. But where there was once pride, there is silence and ruin. I see women holding ash in their hands, as though it could be their homes once more." For Washington's residents, the damage was not just physical, it was a blow to the young republic's spirit. How could the capital of a nation fall so quickly. In the small town of Brookville, Maryland, Dolly Madison sat at a borrowed table, writing a letter to her sister. Her pen moved steadily, despite the tremors of exhaustion. The weight of the previous 48 hours, her flight from the President's house, the uncertainty of the nation's survival, clung to her like a shadow. "I am safe," she began, recounting the last moments before she left Washington. "I looked back only once, and I saw the red glow rise against the black sky. Our dear city was burning, but I carry its soul with me." Beside her, servants like Paul Jennings worked quietly to ensure that Dolly and the small entourage who had fled the city had food and water. Jennings, only a teenager, had carried out Dolly's orders with bravery. He now sat in the corner, knees pulled to his chest, recounting the events to himself, as though to affirm they were real. Years later, in his memoir, Jennings would remember the frantic moments of saving George Washington's portrait. Mrs. Madison said, "We must save that man, if we can." And so we did. Howard said, "The doctor's things are hopeful." As the sun rose higher, Dolly steeled herself for what would come next. She knew the loss of Washington would spark fury across the United States, but it would also call for resilience. Her husband, President James Madison, remained in hiding, moving between Virginia and Maryland, coordinating the remnants of his government. "Tell James I shall not lose heart," Dolly whispered to herself as she sealed her letter. "We have lost buildings, not a nation." End of poem. Meanwhile, General William Winder sat slumped in a tavern outside the city, surrounded by his aides. The disastrous loss at Bladensburg and the subsequent burning of Washington had marked him forever. Accusations of cowardice and incompetence would soon follow him. The first shooting of Washington from the walls had been specifically denied him. Bladensburg was lost before it began, one officer muttered bitterly. Our men never stood a chance. Winder's defences were hollow. The militia's collapse, the confusion of orders, it was all under his command. Yet in his mind he replayed those frantic hours when the American defence had crumbled like a house of cards. His gaze fell on the table, and in a low voice he replied, "We were not ready for war, not then, not now." As news of the burning spread, blame was swift. Newspapers in Philadelphia, Baltimore, and New York decried the federal government's failures. Some mocked the nation's inability to protect its own capital, while others demanded immediate retaliation against the British. Washington lay in ruin, but the war was far from over. On the morning of August 26th, General Robert Ross and Admiral George Cockburn ordered their troops to withdraw from Washington. Their mission was complete. The Capitol, President's House, and other key government buildings had been burned. Ross rode on horseback through the smoky streets, surveying the destruction. Though proud of his men's success, there was no joy in his demeanour. British reports later quoted him as saying, "War is a soldier's duty, but destruction is its consequence." Let it not be said that we acted cruelly. The British withdrew with precision, carrying supplies and trophies of war. Ross and Cockburn knew they could not linger. The American forces might regroup, and British intelligence reported the threat of American reinforcements from Baltimore. Admiral Cockburn, ever the provocateur, lingered a moment longer at the President's house. Standing before its blackened facade, he reportedly turned to his officers and smirked. "Gentlemen, let us leave them their city. I doubt they shall forget us soon." And he exited. As the British soldiers departed, they left behind ash, embers, and silence. Nothing has stopped them from pursuing interventions, apprehend the killer, and pray for their recapture. News of Washington's destruction spread like wildfire across the United States. In Baltimore, Philadelphia, and beyond, Americans listened in horror as messengers described the burning of their capital. For many, it was inconceivable. How could this happen to the nation's most sacred institutions? In New York, newspapers declared, "The British torch has humbled our nation, but we shall rise as fire does from ashes. Let this shame spark the flame of vengeance." For American leaders, the destruction was a moment of reckoning. President James Madison, still in hiding, issued a proclamation calling for unity and resistance. "Let us remember," he wrote, "that buildings may fall, but liberty endures." In Baltimore, militia leaders vowed to defend their city to the last man. Citizens, angered by Washington's fate, began fortifying their defenses with grim determination. Major George Armistead, commander of Fort McHenry, prepared his men for the inevitable British attack. "We have seen what they can do," Armistead told his soldiers, "but here they shall not pass." Across the nation, men enlisted in the army. Inspired by the destruction of Washington, the fires of the Capitol would not extinguish the American spirit. They would ignite it. The British departure left Washington in an eerie silence. Ash floated in the air, landing like black snow on the scorched streets. Buildings once filled with voices and activity were now gutted ruins. Civilians who had cowered in basements or fled to nearby forests returned slowly, stepping cautiously through the debris. The heart of the nation was now a ghost city. Among those first to return was Joseph Gales, Jr., editor of the National Intelligencer newspaper. Gales had managed to escape before the British troops arrived, carrying what little he could. Now he walked back into the ruins of his office, staring at the charred printing press. The Intelligencer had been a critical voice against the British, and Cockburn had ensured its destruction. Admiral Cockburn would have nothing left of our freedom of press, Gales muttered. He resolved then and there that the National Intelligencer would rise again, its voice louder than ever. As more citizens returned, Washington became a city of labor and grief. Families dug through the remains of their homes, searching for anything that might have survived. Anna Thornton, steadfast in her resolve, organized efforts to help displaced families. Her diary from this time reflected the relations of her husband Jerry and himself during the previous years. We are a people humbled, but not without hope. Our homes may burn, but our will cannot be extinguished. The miracle is in us. All we need is to know how to use it. The damage to the city extended beyond symbolism. It was practical devastation. The loss of official records, archives, and government offices would hinder the functioning of the government for months. Yet the people of Washington began the slow task of rebuilding, driven by a determination that bordered on defiance. By August 27th, President James Madison returned to Washington. Accompanied by a small contingent of aides and guards, Madison rode into a city still shrouded in smoke. Accounts from the time describe the president's somber expression as he passed the ruins of the Capitol and the president's house. "What have they done?" he reportedly whispered. Madison's presence brought mixed reactions. While some were relieved to see their leader return, others looked upon him with doubt. General William Winder's failure at Bladensburg had humiliated the American military, and many questioned whether Madison had done enough to prepare the capital for its defense. Meeting with his cabinet members in a makeshift office, a boarding house hastily converted into a government space, Madison's tone was resolute. "This is not the end," he declared. "The British have struck a blow, but they have not defeated us. From this ruin we shall rise stronger." Among the president's aides was James Monroe, Secretary of State, who had also been instrumental in trying to coordinate Washington's defenses. Monroe shared Madison's determination, but pressed for immediate military reforms. "We must be ready," Monroe insisted. "Baltimore is next, and they will not stop there." Madison nodded gravely. He knew the nation could not endure another humiliation. "They will find us ready," he vowed. While Washington smoldered, the citizens of Baltimore turned their attention to the approaching British threat. Baltimore, a major port city, was seen as the next logical target for the British after their successful raid on the capital. But Baltimore would not go quietly. Under the leadership of Major General Samuel Smith, the city became a hive of activity. Smith, a seasoned Revolutionary War veteran and prominent Baltimore figure, immediately began organizing the city's defenses. Fortifications were built, militia units drilled, and supplies stockpiled. The entire city came together in an extraordinary display of unity. One of Smith's key officers was Major George Armistead, the commander of Fort McHenry. Armistead understood that the fort would be Baltimore's linchpin, protecting the harbor from British naval attack. Speaking to his men, he made his intentions clear. "We shall hold this fort, no matter the cost. The British shall not pass into this city." At the same time, Baltimore's civilian population threw itself into the effort. Local merchants donated money and supplies, while laborers worked tirelessly to build earthworks and fortifications. Even women and children contributed, sewing uniforms and preparing bandages for the wounded. One such volunteer was Mary Pickersgill, a local flag maker. Weeks earlier, Armistead had commissioned her to create a massive American flag to fly over Fort McHenry. Mary and her team, consisting of her daughter, nieces, and an indentured stripe, with pride. From there, the two consisting each star and stripe, with pride. If we are to fight, we will fight under a flag they cannot miss, Armistead had said. And so the flag was raised over Fort McHenry, a symbol of defiance and hope, as Baltimore prepared for what was to come. On board the British fleet in the Chesapeake Bay, Vice Admiral Sir Alexander Cochrane and Rear Admiral George Cochrane reviewed their plans for the next phase of the campaign. With Washington in ruins, their focus now turned to Baltimore. Cochrane, the senior commander, believed Baltimore would be a greater challenge. "The Americans will not make it easy," he remarked to Cockburn. "Their pride has been wounded, and wounded men fight hardest." General Robert Ross, still commanding the British ground forces, listened in silence. Though the victory in Washington had been swift, the destruction had left a bitter taste in Ross's mouth. He respected the Americans as fighters, having seen their resolve at Bladensburg. "If Baltimore is defended," Ross said, carefully, "it will not fall, as Washington did." Despite his reservations, Ross was a soldier, and he followed orders. Cochrane outlined the two-pronged assault. The Royal Navy would bombard Fort McHenry, while Ross's troops advanced on the city from the land. Their goal was to force Baltimore's surrender and strike another crippling blow to American morale. On the eve of their departure, Cockburn gathered his officers and declared with conviction, "Baltimore shall fall, just as Washington did. Let the Americans know we are not yet finished." The British forces set sail for Baltimore, their ships cutting through the dark waters of the Chesapeake, the glint of lanterns reflecting off cannons, ready for war. As the British fleet approached Baltimore in early September, the city's residents held their breath. The preparations were complete, and every able-bodied man had taken up arms. Fort McHenry stood ready, its guns pointed toward the harbor, and its massive flag waving defiantly in the breeze. Major George Armstrong stood atop the fort's walls, watching the horizon. He knew the British would strike with all their might, but he had faith in his men, and in the fort's defences. "They will come at night," Armstrong told his officers. "They will think to catch us unprepared, but we will not falter." In the city, Major General Samuel Smith coordinated with militia leaders, placing troops along key defensive positions. Cannons were positioned, trenches dug, and watchmen posted to warn of any land advance. Smith's confidence steadied the nerves of those around him. "The British may have burned Washington," he told a group of merchants who had volunteered their workers, "but Baltimore will not share its fate. If they come for us, they shall find us ready." For the civilians of Baltimore, the coming battle was a test of will. Families gathered in churches and homes, praying for protection. Children watched their fathers march to the fortifications, waving small flags sewn by their mothers. The air was heavy with anticipation. Skepticism was in the air. The war did not seem designed to hurt people or children. The god seemed to hurt lots of people. The world was passing in front of their eyes, but they could see not where. The night before the British attack, Baltimore was silent. Soldiers lay in their tents, their hands gripping muskets, their eyes fixed on the darkness. The waters of the harbour were still, as if the sea itself were holding its breath. The battle for Baltimore was about to begin. The early hours of September 13th, 1814, brought a foreboding calm to the waters of Baltimore Harbour. Soldiers at Fort McHenry, under the command of Major George Armistead, watched the British fleet gather in the distance. Cannons were loaded, ammunition stacked, and men took their positions along the ramparts. For most of the soldiers, this would be their first real taste of combat. "Keep your eyes on your guns, lads," Armistead said as he walked the fort's walls, his voice calm but firm. "When the time comes, we will show them what Americans are made of." Outside the city, General Robert Ross led his land forces toward Baltimore. Their progress was deliberate, moving through rugged terrain and fortified defenses. Unlike Washington, Baltimore had prepared for this moment. Back on the water, the British Navy began its assault. Admiral Sir Alexander Cochrane, alongside Rear Admiral George Cockburn, commanded an overwhelming array of warships. Frigates, bomb ketches, and rocket vessels lined the horizon. Cockburn, ever confident, issued the order, "Immense bombardment." The first British shells tore through the dawn sky, shrieking as they descended toward Fort McHenry. Explosions shook the earth, scattering dirt and smoke across the American defenders. Armistead stood his ground, shouting orders over the roar of the bombardment. "Steady now, return fire." The American cannons answered with thunderous blasts of their own. Cannonballs sailed across the harbour, splashing into the water or smashing against British hulls. From Fort McHenry, soldiers could see flashes of fire erupt from the enemy ships, illuminating the black smoke that filled the sky. For Mary Pickersgill and the residents of Baltimore watching from afar, the sight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The city trembled as cannon fire echoed through the streets, but people stayed strong. They knew the defenders of Fort McHenry were their last hope. Inside Fort McHenry, the British bombardment continued relentlessly. The sky darkened with smoke and fire, and the air rang with the deafening blasts of exploding shells. Some British bombs fell short, splashing harmlessly into the harbour, while others struck with deadly precision. Men were thrown from their posts as explosions shattered the ground. Once the enemy heard the cry of the firing locomotive, they tried in vain to bring down. Amid the chaos, Major George Armistead stood tall, rallying his men. "Hold your fire until they close in," he shouted. He knew they had to conserve ammunition. This bombardment could last for hours. Nearby, The massive flag, stitched by Mary Pickersgill, flew defiantly over the fort. The men looked to it between volleys, drawing strength from its presence. The flag was enormous, 30 feet by 42 feet. Even from a distance, it be large enough for the British to see clearly, even from a distance. "We fight under that banner," Armistead reminded his men, pointing to the flag as it rippled through the smoke. "Let no one lower it." Throughout the day, British shells and rockets fell in a near constant stream. The terrifying Congreve rockets, with their red flares and hissing trails, arced through the sky before exploding in brilliant bursts. The men of Fort McHenry held firm, even as their comrades fell around them. One soldier, hit by a shell fragment, was carried to the infirmary, whispering, "Keep firing, keep the flag flying." In the distance, civilians gathered on Baltimore's hills, straining to catch glimpses of the fort. Every explosion seemed to shake their resolve, but they refused to leave. Among them stood Samuel Smith, the general overseeing the city's defenses. "They hold strong," Smith said quietly as he watched the fort through a spyglass. "God protect them." As night fell, the British intensified their bombardment, hoping to break the American defenses under the cover of darkness. Bombs rained down on Fort McHenry with increased ferocity, their explosions lighting up the night sky. For the men inside the fort, there was no rest, only the unending cacophony of war. "Stay low, watch the walls," Armistead barked as the ground quaked beneath them. He moved tirelessly, checking on his men and helping to steady their resolve. By now, some soldiers had been on their feet for nearly 20 hours, but none dared abandon their post. From aboard the British flagship, Admiral Cochrane watched the bombardment with growing frustration. "Why haven't they surrendered?" he muttered. Fort McHenry had taken a beating that would have destroyed most defenses, yet the Americans continued to fire back. As the night dragged on, an exhausted calm settled over the defenders. The explosions came sporadically now, as British ships adjusted their positions. Through the smoke, some men could still see the faint outline of the massive flag waving above the fort. Armistead, sitting briefly to rest, looked to the flag and whispered to himself, "We are still here." A few miles away, on a British vessel in the harbour, Francis Scott Key watched the bombardment anxiously. A lawyer and amateur poet, Key had been negotiating for the release of American prisoners when he found himself trapped aboard a British ship during the attack. Through the night, Key strained to see Fort McHenry through the flashes of light. He scribbled notes on scraps of paper, capturing the fear and hope he felt as he watched the flag endure. His heart sank with every explosion, but as the hours passed, a realization settled in his chest. The flag still flew. "If it is there in the morning," he murmured, "we shall know they have not fallen." He said to the group, "At the first light of dawn on September 14, 1814, the bombardment began to wane. After 25 hours of relentless shelling, the British fleet had failed to destroy Fort McHenry or force its surrender. The American guns were silent for a time, as the defenders, weary and wounded, peered through the smoke to assess the damage. Major Armistead rose to his feet and turned to one of his officers. "Raise the flag," he ordered. The massive banner, still intact, was hoisted above the fort once more. It caught the morning wind and unfurled, its stars and stripes bright against the grey sky. On the British ships, the sight of the flag stunned the officers and crews. Admiral Cochrane lowered his spyglass and sighed. "They are unbroken," he admitted. "Withdraw the fleet." Francis Scott Key, still watching from the deck of the British ship, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Tears welled in his eyes as he saw the flag standing tall in the morning light. He pulled out his notes and began piecing together the verses of a poem that would capture the moment for eternity. "Oh say, can you see, by the dawn's early light, the tangled paths which once fall, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming?" Key's words flowed easily, inspired by the resilience of the defenders and the enduring flag that had refused to fall. Kay, Kem, and Tom watched the people approach from several angles, steadying themselves on their prow and monumental stay. As the British ships sailed out of Baltimore Harbor, the city erupted in celebration. Bells rang, people embraced in the streets, and soldiers cheered from the fort's walls. Baltimore had held the line, and Fort McHenry had become a symbol of American resilience. Major Armistead, exhausted but victorious, addressed his men. "You have done your duty," he said with pride. "The nation will remember what happened here." As the British fleet receded from Baltimore Harbor, the defenders of Fort McHenry began to take stock of the damage and their losses. The 25-hour bombardment had left its mark. Portions of the fort's walls were shattered, craters pocked the parade ground, and debris was scattered everywhere. Smoke still lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the violence that had raged just hours earlier. Major George Armistead, who had remained tireless throughout the ordeal, took time to speak with his men. He moved between the gun crews, offering words of encouragement and gratitude. "This victory is yours," he said solemnly, shaking the hands of soldiers who had fired cannons for hours without pause. Armistead's quiet leadership had inspired his men. Through the darkest moments of the battle, Armistead's quiet leadership had inspired his people who had fired cannons through the battle since hours of despair came to his alone. The cost of the bombardment, though, was real. A small number of soldiers had been killed, and others were wounded. Their injuries, a harsh reminder of the price paid for the city's survival. One of those wounded was a young lieutenant who had manned one of the fort's cannons through much of the night. Armistead knelt beside him, offering a quiet reassurance. "Your sacrifice has helped save the city. Rest now. You've earned it." In Baltimore, the mood was jubilant but tempered. Civilians poured into the streets to celebrate, waving flags and embracing their loved ones. Bells rang from churches, and citizens gathered at the hilltops to see the massive flag still waving proudly above Fort McHenry. For many, it was the first confirmation that the fort and their city had survived. General Samuel Smith, who had coordinated Baltimore's defenses, rode through the city, his hat raised in salute to the people. "This is your victory, Baltimore," he proclaimed. "Your courage has saved the day." Smith's leadership had ensured that Baltimore would not meet the same fate as Washington, and his name became synonymous with the city's resilience. Aboard the American ship on which he had been held, Francis Scott Key continued to scribble lines onto scraps of paper. His emotions from the night, the fear, the hope, and finally the relief, poured out into his writing. Watching the massive flag emerge through the smoke that morning had left an indelible impression on him. "Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave, or the land of the free and the home of the brave?" Once the British fleet had withdrawn, Key and his fellow Americans were released and allowed to return to Baltimore. As he stepped ashore, his notes clutched tightly in his hand. Key could see the joy on the faces of the people. Civilians cheered and embraced as they celebrated the city's survival. Key made his way to a local inn, where he sat down to finalize the verses of his poem. The words came easily now, inspired by the bravery of the soldiers at Fort McHenry and the symbolism of the flag that had flown through the bombardment. Friends who read the poem encouraged him to share it more widely. By the following day, Judge Joseph H. Nicholson, a friend of Key's and a member of the Maryland militia, read the verses with admiration. "This must be shared with the nation," Nicholson declared. He arranged for the poem to be printed as a broadside under the title Defense of Fort McHenry. Nicholson also suggested that the poem be set to the tune of To Anacreon in Heaven, a popular melody of the time. Within days, copies of Key's poem spread throughout Baltimore. Soldiers, civilians, and militiamen recited the words, their voices swelling with pride. The events at Fort McHenry had given the American people a new symbol of hope, and now they had a song to match. As the citizens of Baltimore celebrated their victory, President James Madison returned his focus to the capital. Washington remained in ruins, its landmarks reduced to charred shells. The burned-out remains of the White House and the Capitol stood as grim reminders of the British invasion. Yet, amid the devastation, there was determination. Madison convened his cabinet in a makeshift meeting space, a private residence that had been repurposed to serve the government. James Monroe, both Secretary of State and de facto Secretary of War, presented urgent plans to rebuild the city and strengthen its defenses. Washington convened a symbol of weakness. Monroe insisted, "We will rebuild, and we will ensure this never happens again." Architect Benjamin Latrobe, whose earlier designs had shaped much of the city's federal buildings, was called back to oversee reconstruction. Standing before the scorched Capitol, Latrobe inspected the damage with a mix of sadness and resolve. "We shall restore it," he vowed. and it shall rise, grander than before. In the meantime, civilians and soldiers alike worked tirelessly to clear debris and rebuild homes. Even in the face of destruction, the people of Washington refused to abandon their city. Among those leading the efforts was Dolly Madison, the First Lady, whose courage during the evacuation had inspired so many. Dolly became a visible presence in the recovery efforts, organizing supplies for displaced families and raising funds to rebuild public spaces. Her diary from this time reflected her unyielding optimism. The nation's spirit cannot be burned. From these ashes we shall build a future even brighter than before. Aboard the British flagship, Vice Admiral Sir Alexander Cochrane and Rear Admiral George Cockburn reviewed the results of their Chesapeake campaign. Though they had destroyed Washington, their failure at Baltimore weighed heavily on them. Fort McHenry should have fallen, Cochrane grumbled, as he studied a map of the region. We gave them everything we had. Cockburn, uncharacteristically subdued, acknowledged the Americans' resolve. They are a stubborn people, he admitted, and that flag, it would not come down. General Robert Ross, who had fallen outside Baltimore during the land advance, left a void in British leadership. The loss of Ross, a capable and respected officer, further dampened British morale. Cochrane knew that the failure at Baltimore would have repercussions back in London. Our orders were to humble the Americans, Cochrane muttered. Instead, we have given them a rallying cry. As the British fleet withdrew from the Chesapeake, officers and sailors shared a grim understanding. The war was turning against them. Though Britain's forces still dominated the seas, the American resilience in Baltimore had shaken their confidence. On the deck of one British ship, an officer gazed back at the receding shoreline. They may have lost Washington, he said quietly to a comrade, but Baltimore has given them their pride. As Baltimore recovered and life slowly resumed, news of the city's successful defense spread like wildfire across the nation. Word traveled by messenger, newspapers, and letters, each carrying the story of Fort McHenry, Major George Armistead, and the flag that refused to fall. The nation, weary of war, found renewed pride and purpose in the account of the battle. In Philadelphia, print shops worked day and night to publish broadsides featuring Francis Scott Key's poem, now widely titled The Star-Spangled Banner. People gathered at taverns and public squares to hear the verses read aloud. Men raised their hats, and women wiped tears from their cheeks as the words took on new meaning. And the star-spangled banner in triumph shall wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. In New York, a group of soldiers on leave toasted to the defenders of Fort McHenry. To Baltimore and to that flag, one cried, lifting his tankard high. The men cheered, knowing that the success at Baltimore had restored a sense of hope in what had been a bleak chapter of the war. President James Madison himself reflected on the battle's significance. Addressing his cabinet, he said, "The spirit of Baltimore will inspire us. to carry this war to its proper conclusion. We are not broken. We endure. From small villages to bustling cities, the defense of Baltimore became a rallying point for Americans everywhere. The nation's morale, battered by years of conflict and the burning of its capital, began to rise. Citizens spoke of unity and perseverance, finding strength in the example set by Fort McHenry's defenders. In Baltimore, Mary Pickersgill, the seamstress behind the great flag that had flown over Fort McHenry, became something of a local hero. People visited her workshop to see where the iconic banner had been created. Mary, a practical and hard-working woman, deflected much of the praise. "I stitched that flag, yes," she would say, "but it was the men at Fort McHenry who kept it flying." Still, the story of the flag's creation captivated the public. It had been commissioned by Major George Armistead months before the battle, with Armistead famously instructing Mary that he wanted a flag so large that the British will have no difficulty seeing it from a distance. The flag made it their language, story, and vision long after the final battle. It had been commissioned by Mary that she wanted a flag so large that the British will have no difficulty seeing it from a distance. Mary had worked tirelessly with her daughter Caroline and several nieces to sew the massive flag, stitching it by hand in her small Baltimore home. It was a feat of skill and determination, requiring 400 yards of fabric and careful planning to ensure the flag's 15 stars and 15 stripes were proportioned properly. "Every stitch was for them," Mary later told a visiting journalist, referring to the soldiers at the fort, "for their courage and their country." In the days after the battle, Mary's work became a symbol of American resilience. The very fabric of her flag seemed to embody the unity and determination of the nation, and visitors marveled that the massive banner had survived the bombardment unscathed. For her daughter Caroline, the battle left a deep impression. Years later, she would recall watching the British shells light up the night sky and wondering if the flag her mother had sewn would survive the assault. "And when I saw it the next morning," Caroline said, "I knew that we had won." As the war raged on in America, peace negotiations were already underway in Ghent, Belgium. Diplomats from both the United States and Great Britain had convened to discuss terms for ending the war. Among the American delegation were notable figures such as John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and Albert Gallatin. The atmosphere in Ghent was tense. Britain, still embroiled in wars across Europe, sought to end the costly conflict with the United States. Yet, its initial demands were steep, including the creation of an independent Native American buffer state and the cession of parts of Maine. John Quincy Adams, ever the skilled negotiator, pushed back. "We cannot concede sovereignty over our territory," he argued firmly. "The United States will not cede 1 inch of land." As news of Baltimore's defense reached the American delegation, their position grew stronger. The British had suffered setbacks on both land and sea, and the Americans' resilience was beginning to wear down British resolve. Adams and his team leveraged this newfound strength to reject Britain's most aggressive demands. Across the table, British negotiators began to shift their tone. With war fatigue setting in and no decisive victory in sight, they recognized the need for compromise. The talks continued into December, but Baltimore's triumph provided the Americans with the confidence to stand their ground. Back in Washington, President James Madison and Secretary of State James Monroe eagerly awaited news from Ghent. Monroe, ever pragmatic, knew the outcome of these negotiations would define the future of the young nation. "If we emerge with our territory intact," Monroe said to Madison, "it will be nothing short of a victory." While Americans celebrated their triumph in Baltimore, the British mourned the loss of Major General Robert Ross. Ross, a respected officer and a veteran of the Napoleonic Wars, had been killed on the outskirts of Baltimore during the advance on the city. His death sent shockwaves through the British ranks. Ross had been admired for his discipline, strategic brilliance, and ability to command the loyalty of his men. Among the officers who had fought alongside him, there was a palpable sense of loss. "He was a soldier's general," one British captain remarked. "We would have followed him anywhere." And indeed, the truth can't really be too early. 6 has truly been 5 years. Let's fancy it ranks among the long, false lives of humanity. Ross's body was transported back to the fleet, where his fellow officers paid their respects in a somber ceremony. The death of Ross had also deprived the British of one of their most capable field commanders. In the days following the retreat from Baltimore, British officers openly acknowledged that his absence had been a turning point. He would not have allowed such failure, Rear Admiral George Cockburn admitted privately. With Ross, Baltimore might have been ours. Ross's body was eventually laid to rest in Nova Scotia, where he remains buried to this day. His legacy as a skilled general was honoured both by his comrades and by history. Yet his death marked a significant shift in the British campaign in America. Without him, their ability to achieve decisive victories diminished. As December 1814 approached, the American people remained on edge. The victory at Baltimore had lifted spirits, but the war was far from over. British forces regrouped in the Gulf of Mexico, preparing a new offensive against the vital port city of New Orleans. Meanwhile, President James Madison and his cabinet anxiously awaited word from the American negotiators in Ghent. Madison understood the stakes. "If we falter now, we risk losing everything," he told James Monroe during one of their frequent strategy sessions. Monroe, who had taken on much of the burden of managing the war effort, nodded grimly. "Our forces must hold New Orleans," he agreed. "If we lose control of the Mississippi, it will undo everything we've fought for." In Baltimore, citizens continued to rally behind the war effort. Major George Armistead, though still recovering from the strains of the bombardment, oversaw efforts to fortify the city's defences further. "The British may come again," he warned his men, "and when they do, we'll be ready." Meanwhile, newspapers across the nation carried updates on the negotiations in Ghent. Americans debated whether the war should end in a compromise or if the nation should push for outright victory. Among the voices advocating for a strong American position was Henry Clay, one of the negotiators in Ghent. In letters to colleagues back home, Clay insisted, "We must emerge from this war without dignity intact. Nothing less will suffice." Far to the south, British forces under Major General Edward Pakenham gathered in preparation for a major assault on New Orleans. Pakenham, a veteran of the Napoleonic Wars, had been dispatched to lead the campaign after the death of General Robert Ross, later surnamed Arthur Ross. Léonon also occasioned mention. Arriving in the Gulf of Mexico, Pakenham reviewed the plans for the offensive with Rear Admiral Alexander Cochrane. The objective was clear: seize New Orleans and control the Mississippi River, effectively splitting the United States in two and crippling its economy. "We must strike quickly and decisively," Pakenham told his officers. "The Americans are stubborn, but they are not invincible." The British fleet, carrying thousands of troops, navigated the swamps and bayous surrounding New Orleans. Soldiers and sailors alike faced grueling conditions, contending with mosquitoes, muddy terrain, and the ever-present threat of ambush by American forces. Among the British ranks were hardened veterans who had fought in Europe, but even they found the Louisiana wilderness a daunting challenge. One officer wrote in his diary, "It is a land of water and death, where every step sinks you deeper into the mire." Despite these challenges, morale remained high. The troops believed that the capture of New Orleans would deliver a decisive blow to the United States, forcing the Americans to accept British terms at the negotiating table. In New Orleans, Major General Andrew Jackson prepared to defend the city. Known for his fiery temperament and unyielding determination, Jackson had already earned a reputation as a formidable leader during campaigns against Native American forces in the Creek War. Jackson's arrival in New Orleans electrified the city. "We will fight to the last man," he declared, rallying his troops and the civilian population. He quickly set about organizing the city's defenses, drawing on every available resource. His army was a diverse mix of regular soldiers, local militia, Choctaw warriors, and even pirates led by the notorious Jean Lafitte. Embracing the notion, elegant Arabians claimed by the notorious Jean Lafitte. Lafitte, initially skeptical of Jackson, had agreed to assist after receiving a pardon for his earlier crimes. "You'll have my men and my cannons," Lafitte told Jackson, "but don't expect us to march in straight lines." Jackson, recognizing the value of Lafitte's artillery and knowledge of the region, accepted the offer. As Jackson surveyed the swamps and bayous surrounding New Orleans, He devised a plan to funnel the British forces into a narrow approach along the Mississippi River. His men worked tirelessly to build fortifications, digging trenches, and positioning artillery along the line of defense that would become known as the Rodriguez Canal. "Let them come," Jackson told his officers. "We'll meet them with fire and steel." December 23, 1814, British forces under General John Keane made their first move toward New Orleans, landing south of the city under cover of darkness. Keane's men established a forward position, but failed to capitalize on their element of surprise. Jackson, learning of the British advance, immediately ordered a nighttime attack. Leading his men into the fray, Jackson struck the British encampment with a ferocity that caught Keane's forces off guard. Though the battle ended inconclusively, it disrupted the British advance and gave Jackson valuable time to strengthen his defences. Pakenham, arriving shortly after the skirmish, was furious that Keane had not pressed the attack sooner. "We cannot afford hesitation," he snapped. Pakenham took command and began planning a full-scale assault on Jackson's fortified line. The days leading up to the battle were marked by intense preparation on both sides. The British constructed batteries and brought up reinforcements, while Jackson's men fortified their positions and awaited the inevitable clash. Among Jackson's troops was Edward Livingston, a prominent New Orleans lawyer who had become one of Jackson's key advisors. Livingston worked tirelessly to coordinate supplies and rally local support for the defense effort. "This city will not fall," he wrote in a letter to his wife. "We are resolved to stand firm." As New Year's Day approached, tensions mounted. Both armies knew that the coming battle could decide the fate of the war. For the soldiers in Jackson's ranks, the stakes were clear. They were fighting not just for New Orleans, but for the survival of their young nation. January 8, 1815, as the first rays of light broke over the Louisiana swamps, Major General Edward Pakenham gave the order for the British to advance on Andrew Jackson's fortified line. The men in red coats marched to the beat of drums, their bayonets glinting in the pale dawn. They carried ladders and fascines to cross the Rodriguez Canal and scale Jackson's earthworks. Jackson, perched on horseback, observed the enemy's movement through a spyglass. He turned to his officers and growled, "Hold steady. Let them come into range. Then give them hell." He held the position as the rest of the team fished out trunks and poured bombs out. Behind the fortifications, Jackson's motley force braced themselves. They were a patchwork army: Tennessee riflemen, Choctaw warriors, Louisiana militia, and Jean Lafitte's pirates. Among them stood Edward Livingston, issuing last-minute instructions to coordinate ammunition supply and positioning. The British opened with a cannonade, hoping to soften Jackson's defences. But Jackson's artillery, expertly manned by Lafitte's men and American gunners, roared in response. British cannonballs sank harmlessly into the swampy ground, while American shells found their marks. As the British line pushed forward, they were met with devastating volleys from the American sharpshooters. Tennessee riflemen, perched behind barricades, picked off officers and soldiers with deadly precision. One British officer later wrote, "The fire from the enemy was withering. Every step forward seemed to come at the cost of a dozen lives." Pakenham, watching the carnage from his position, realized that his men were faltering under the relentless American fire. He ordered a flanking maneuver, sending a detachment under Colonel William Thornton to cross the Mississippi River and attack Jackson's line from the rear. Thornton's men successfully crossed the river, but encountered unexpected resistance from a small group of Louisiana militia, delaying their advance. Meanwhile, Pakenham personally rode forward to rally his troops. "Push on, men, push on to glory," he shouted, urging his soldiers to storm the American defences. As Pakenham advanced, he became a target for American sharpshooters. A musket ball struck his horse, throwing him to the ground. Moments later, Pakenham himself was hit, first in the arm and then fatally in the chest. He was carried from the field, but his injuries were too severe. The once brilliant commander died as the battle raged on. The loss of Pakenham threw the British forces into disarray. General John Lambert, the next in command, attempted to regroup, but it was clear that the attack had failed. The British assault collapsed, leaving the field littered with dead and wounded. As the smoke cleared, it became apparent that the American forces had achieved a stunning victory. British casualties numbered over 2,000, including dead, wounded, and captured, while Jackson's army suffered fewer than 100. The battlefield was a grim scene, where British soldiers, lying in rows where they had fallen, Jackson surveyed the aftermath with grim satisfaction. "They thought they could take our city," he said to his men, "but they underestimated what free men can do when their homes and families are at stake." In New Orleans, the victory was met with jubilation. Church bells rang, and citizens gathered to celebrate the triumph. Edward Livingston, who had worked tirelessly to support Jackson's efforts, described the scene in a letter to his wife. "The city is alive with joy. We have repelled the invaders and proven that our young nation can stand against the greatest empire on earth." Among the defenders there was a profound sense of accomplishment. Jean Lafitte's pirates, once scorned by society, were hailed as heroes for their role in the battle. Lafitte himself toasted Jackson, saying, "To the general who knew how to turn rogues into patriots." Unbeknownst to Jackson and his men, the war had already ended. On December 24, 1814, American and British negotiators in Ghent had signed a treaty, effectively bringing the War of 1812 to a close. The Treaty of Ghent, negotiated by John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, Albert Gallatin, and others, restored the status quo ante bellum. Neither side gained or lost territory, and the contentious issues that had sparked the war, impressment and trade restrictions, were left unresolved. However, the treaty secured peace and allowed both nations to focus on rebuilding. News of the treaty travelled slowly across the Atlantic, It would not reach New Orleans until weeks after the battle, making the American victory both unnecessary and symbolic. When Jackson finally learned of the treaty, he reportedly remarked, "Then we have fought not for necessity, but for honor, and that too is worth fighting for." In Washington, President James Madison welcomed the news with relief. The war had tested the resilience of the young republic, but it had also forged a stronger sense of national identity. "Let this be a lesson to us," Madison said in his annual address to Congress. "The trials we have faced have only strengthened our resolve to preserve liberty and freedom." In the weeks and months following the war, Americans reflected on what had been gained and lost. The burning of Washington, the defense of Baltimore, and the victory at New Orleans became defining moments in the nation's history. For the men and women who had lived through the conflict, the memories of war lingered. George Armistead, hailed as a hero for his role at Fort McHenry, continued to serve in the military, but struggled with poor health. He passed away in 1818, leaving behind a legacy as a defender of the flag that inspired a nation. In Baltimore, Mary Pickersgill's flag remained a cherished symbol of resilience. It was preserved as a national treasure, eventually finding its home in the Smithsonian Institution, where it continues to inspire visitors to this day. Francis Scott Key, whose poem became The Star-Spangled Banner, returned to his law practice. He would later reflect on the war's impact, writing, "In the fires of conflict, we discovered the true meaning of freedom and unity." For Andrew Jackson, the victory at New Orleans catapulted him to national fame. His leadership and determination made him a symbol of American strength, and he would go on to become the 7th President of the United States. The sun rose quietly over the dense woodlands and winding creeks of northern Georgia on September 18th, 1863. What seemed like another ordinary late summer morning would soon be shattered by the clamor of war as Union and Confederate forces converged near Chikamuaga Creek, both aware that the stakes of the coming battle could decide the fate of the Western theater of the Civil War. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Dana, a war correspondent and aide to General William Rosecrans, scribbled hastily into his notebook while his horse pawed at the ground beneath him. He observed the Union Army of the Cumberland, its blue-clad soldiers moving in endless lines through forested trails. They were tired, their faces etched with weeks of marching and skirmishing, as they pursued the retreating Confederate Army of Tennessee. Dana's sharp eye noticed something unsettling. Rosecrans' forces were spread thin, their cohesion stretched dangerously across miles of dense terrain. Meanwhile, across the creek, General Braxton Bragg was seething with frustration. After his army's defeat at Chattanooga, Bragg had resolved to reclaim the initiative. His men were weary, but motivated by the prospect of a decisive victory. In a meeting the night before, Bragg had confided in General James Longstreet, who had just arrived with reinforcements from Virginia. "We will strike them where they are weakest. This ground, these woods, will be their undoing." As night fell, soldiers from both sides bedded down among the trees, their hearts heavy with apprehension. The forest was eerily silent, except for the occasional crack of a twig or the distant murmur of Chikamuaga Creek. Private John Ingraham of the 19th Tennessee Infantry knelt by a campfire, clutching a Bible his wife had given him. Nearby, Captain William Truitt of the 21st Ohio Infantry penned a letter to his parents, the words conveying a strange mixture of hope and resignation. "We march to meet the enemy tomorrow. If fate decides against me, know that I fought as honorably as I could." As dawn broke on September the 19th, skirmishes erupted along the banks of Chikamuaga Creek, signaling the beginning of what would become one of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War. Union General George H. Thomas, affectionately known as the Rock of Chickamauga, took stock of the unfolding chaos. Thomas, a Virginian who had remained loyal to the Union, had been tasked with holding the Army's left flank. He knew the terrain would play a critical role in the fight to come, and his calm demeanour belied the storm brewing in his mind. Not far away, Brigadier General Nathan Bedford Forrest, commanding the Confederate cavalry, surveyed the battlefield from a ridge. Known for his audacity and instinctive grasp of tactics, Forrest urged Bragg to launch an immediate attack, believing the Union line was vulnerable. "Strike now, General, before they can strengthen their positions," Forrest said. Bragg, however, hesitated, waiting for his reinforcements to fully deploy. The fighting intensified throughout the morning as Confederate troops under Major General Patrick Cleburne clashed with Union forces near Jay's Mill. Cleburne, an Irish-born officer admired for his tactical brilliance, directed his men with precision, exploiting gaps in the Union line. Among his soldiers was Private James McClendon, who later wrote the words of "Alive with the crack of musketry and the screams of the wounded. It was as if hell itself had descended upon us and implicitly among us as long as our..." On the Union side, Colonel John T. Wilder's Lightning Brigade, armed with Spencer repeating rifles, managed to hold their ground despite being outnumbered. The rapid rate of fire from Wilder's men stunned their Confederate adversaries, forcing them to retreat momentarily. Wilder's leadership and his brigade's firepower would prove invaluable throughout the battle, but the Union advantage was fleeting. By mid-afternoon the battle expanded to the open fields near the Brotherton family farm. Confederate General James Longstreet, newly arrived from the Eastern Theater, took command of the left wing of Bragg's army. Longstreet's arrival brought renewed confidence to the Confederate ranks. His plan was bold: exploit the gaps in Rosecrans's line and deliver a crushing blow to the Union Army. As Longstreet's men advanced, Union troops under Major General Alexander McCook struggled to hold the line. McCook, an Ohio native, had been ordered to defend the vital Brotherton field, but his forces were soon overwhelmed. Lieutenant Samuel Lockwood of the 8th Indiana Infantry described the carnage. Men fell like wheat before the scythe. The grass was stained red, and the air was brushed with smoke and the acrid stench of powder. Confederate Major General John Bell Hood, leading Longstreet's assault, displayed characteristic fearlessness as he rode at the head of his troops. Hood, already a veteran of numerous battles, inspired his men with his unwavering resolve. Tragically, Hood was severely wounded during the charge, his right leg shattered by a bullet. Despite his injury, his leadership had driven the Confederate advance deep into Union lines. As the sun dipped lower, the field near the Brotherton house became a scene of unspeakable horror. Bodies lay strewn across the grass, and the wounded cried out for help. Union forces were forced to withdraw, leaving the Confederates in control of the field. However, the cost of this small victory was steep, and the day's fighting was far from over. By the evening of September 19, Union General George Thomas found himself in a precarious position. With Confederate forces pressing on all sides, Thomas ordered his troops to establish a defensive position on Horseshoe Ridge, a natural stronghold that offered some hope of repelling the enemy. Among those assigned to hold the ridge was Colonel Ferdinand Van Derveer of the 35th Ohio Infantry, a steadfast leader who inspired confidence in his men. Confederate forces under Major General Benjamin Cheatham launched relentless assaults on Horseshoe Ridge, determined to dislodge the Union defenders. Cheatham, a Tennessean with a fiery temperament, pushed his troops forward with unyielding ferocity. Among his ranks was Private Silas McGowan, and we charged up the hill 3 times, and 3 times we were thrown back. The Yanks fought like demons, and we were met with a hail of bullets each time. As the fighting raged, Union soldiers demonstrated extraordinary bravery under fire. Captain Ely Lilly, commanding an artillery battery, directed his cannons with remarkable precision, mowing down wave after wave of Confederate attackers. Lilly's courage and tactical skill earned him the admiration of his comrades, and helped hold the line against overwhelming odds too. By nightfall, the ridge was still in Union hands, but at a terrible cost. Thomas's resolute leadership earned him the nickname the Rock of Chickamauga, but even he knew the situation was dire. The Union Army's position was growing increasingly untenable, and the morning would bring more bloodshed. On the morning of September 20, 1863, confusion among the Union command set the stage for disaster. Brigadier General Thomas J. Wood, commanding a division in the Union Texas Y Corps, received a peculiar and fateful order from Major General William Rosecrans. The directive ordered Wood to pull his division out of its position and move it to support the Union line elsewhere, even though no immediate threat had presented itself. Wood, a cautious and obedient officer, hesitated briefly, sensing the risk of abandoning his position. Yet the written order was clear. Reluctantly, he followed it, leaving a critical gap in the Union center that Confederate forces would soon exploit. Reflecting on the moment years later, for I knew the enemy would see the opening before we could rectify it. As Wood's division marched to its new position, soldiers from neighboring Union units were startled by the movement. Captain John Burt, of the 15th Indiana Infantry, recalled, "We watched them leave with growing dread. We knew the rebels would not hesitate to strike where we were weakest. Unbeknownst to Wood, General James Longstreet, commanding the Confederate left wing, had already been preparing a massive assault on the Union center. The removal of Wood's division presented him with a golden opportunity, and he wasted no time in exploiting it. At approximately 11 a.m., General James Longstreet's assault column surged forward, crashing into the gap left by Wood's division. Longstreet's plan had been meticulously crafted, and his timing was perfect. Thousands of Confederate soldiers, including Major General John C. Breckinridge's division, swept through the gap with devastating speed and force. Union troops were caught completely off guard. Brigadier General Jefferson C. Davis, commanding the division adjacent to Wood's previous position, struggled to contain the onslaught. Davis, known for his tactical acumen but controversial temperament, attempted to rally his men. "Hold the line!" he bellowed, but it was too late. The sheer weight of the Confederate attack overwhelmed his defenses, forcing his division into a hasty retreat. Among Longstreet's forces, Brigadier General Bushrod Johnson's brigade played a key role in driving the Union troops back. Johnson, a former engineer turned battle-hardened commander, led his men with determination, shouting encouragement even as bullets whizzed past him. His soldiers surged forward, capturing artillery and pushing deeper into Union territory. For Union soldiers caught in the melee, the scene was one of chaos and terror. Private Charles M. Hayes of the 20th Illinois Infantry later described the panic. "We were flanked, surrounded, and utterly helpless. Men ran in every direction, and the air was thick with cries of despair." The Confederate breakthrough sent shock waves through the Union command structure. Major General William Rosecrans, commander of the Army of the Cumberland, was stunned by the speed and ferocity of the attack. Seated on his horse near the rear lines, Rosecrans realized that his army's center had been shattered. Unable to regain control of the battlefield, Rosecrans rode back toward Chattanooga to regroup. His departure left General George H. Thomas in charge of stabilizing the Army's left wing, which was still holding firm near Horseshoe Ridge. While some criticized Rosecrans for abandoning the field, others understood the impossible position he faced. One of the most significant casualties of the Confederate assault was Union Brigadier General William H. Lytle. A poet-soldier from Ohio, Lytle had earned fame for his writings and his gallant leadership on previous battlefields. During the fighting near Dyer's Farm, Lytle's brigade came under heavy attack. Despite being outnumbered, he refused to retreat and continued to lead his men until he was struck down by Confederate fire. Lytle's death was a profound loss for the Union Army. Soldiers who discovered his body after the battle carried it back with reverence, knowing they had lost not only a brave leader, but also a beloved figure. His poem, Antony and Cleopatra, would later be recited at memorials, a poignant reminder of the unanimous feeling of the United. While much of the Confederate Army pressed its advantage in the Union center, General Nathan Bedford Forrest turned his attention to pursuing the retreating Union right. Forrest's cavalry, feared for its mobility and aggression, swept through the disorganized Union ranks like a whirlwind. Forrest himself was at the forefront, riding into the fray with his trademark intensity. Known for his fiery temperament and near superhuman bravery, Forrest inspired both admiration and fear among his men. Captain Henry Morton of Forrest's staff described the general as a force of nature, unyielding and unstoppable. As Forrest's cavalry pursued the fleeing Union soldiers, they captured hundreds of prisoners and seized valuable supplies. However, Forrest was not without compassion. He personally intervened to stop one of his officers from executing wounded Union soldiers, shouting, "This is war, not butchery." Forrest's pursuit drove the Union right further into disarray, leaving General George Thomas and the remnants of the Union left as the Army's last hope. While Forrest's actions were critical to the Confederate success at Chickamauga, they also highlighted the brutal realities of war, where mercy was often the exception rather than the rule. As the Union center collapsed, all eyes turned to Horseshoe Ridge, where General George Thomas prepared for a final stand. Thomas understood that the survival of the Army of the Cumberland depended on his ability to hold this position against relentless Confederate assaults. Thomas's command included Brigadier General John Brannan, whose division had already endured heavy fighting earlier in the day. Brannan, a New Yorker with a reputation for cool-headed leadership, rallied his men with the simple command, "Stand fast and hold your ground." Confederate forces, now emboldened by their victories, launched wave after wave of attacks on the ridge. Among the attackers was Brigadier General St. John Liddell, whose brigade charged up the slopes with fierce determination. Despite their best efforts, Liddell's men were met with devastating Union artillery fire, directed by Captain Ilili Battery. Private Edward Abbott of the 35th Ohio Infantry described the scene atop the ridge. The ground shook with the roar of cannons, and the air was thick with smoke. We fought not for victory, but for survival. Every man knew that to fall back was to invite annihilation. Through sheer grit and determination, Thomas's men managed to hold the ridge until nightfall. His leadership during the battle earned him the nickname the Rock of Chickamauga, a title that symbolized the resilience and courage of the Union forces in the face of overwhelming adversity. As the Confederate attacks intensified on September 20, Colonel Charles G. Harker of the Union Army stood out as a paragon of bravery and leadership. Harker commanded a brigade in General Thomas Wood's division and had been ordered to reinforce the beleaguered Union line on Horseshoe Ridge. A West Point graduate on the useful neglected decoration of Union line on Horseshoe Ridge, Harker was determined to hold his position at any cost. The fighting was hand-to-hand, with bayonets flashing and muskets discharging at point-blank range. Harker, mounted on his horse, was a conspicuous target, yet he refused to take cover. His bravery galvanized his men, who repelled multiple Confederate charges despite heavy losses. Sergeant William Baird of the 125th Ohio Infantry later wrote, "Colonel Harker was everywhere at once, urging all our independence, and yelled at us." By the end of the day, Harker's brigade had successfully held their position, preventing the Confederates from overrunning the ridge. Though the toll on his men was severe, Harker's actions were instrumental in buying the Union Army precious time to consolidate its defenses. Away from the roar of the battlefield, another fight was taking place, this one for the lives of the countless wounded. Among those tending to the injured was Dr. Mary Edwards Walker, one of the few women serving as a Union surgeon during the war. Although Walker was not officially present at Chikamuaga, records indicate that she treated soldiers from the battle in the days immediately following the carnage, and Walker was important in the hazarding of all the men in the battle, in the one that happened to be followed through the battle in the days immediately following the carnage. Dr. Walker worked tirelessly in makeshift field hospitals, many of which were little more than tents pitched in the woods. The wounded arrived in endless streams, their injuries ranging from minor shrapnel wounds to devastating amputations. Walker's expertise and unyielding dedication earned her the respect of her male colleagues, though she frequently faced prejudice for her role in a male-dominated field. Private James Montgomery of the 21st Kentucky Infantry later recalled Walker's care. "She came to me when I thought all hope was lost. Her hands were steady, her voice calm. She told me I would live, and somehow I believed her." Walker's work extended beyond the battlefield. She advocated for better sanitation and organized supplies for the wounded, often at great personal risk. Her presence at Chikamuaga underscored the indispensable role of medics and surgeons in mitigating the horrors of war. While the Confederate Army was achieving significant tactical successes on the battlefield, tensions among its leadership threatened to undermine the campaign. General Braxton Bragg, commanding the Army of Tennessee, was notorious for his abrasive personality and strained relationships with his subordinates. As the battle raged, these tensions came to a head. Bragg's decision to delegate significant authority to General James Longstreet, newly arrived from Virginia, caused resentment among other Confederate commanders. Major General Patrick Cleburne, a brilliant tactician, felt sidelined, while Lieutenant General Leonidas Polk, an old friend of Bragg's, openly questioned his decisions. Polk, who had failed to execute a critical attack earlier in the battle, became the target of Bragg's ire. Bragg's frustration boiled over during a heated exchange with Longstreet. Despite Longstreet's success in breaking the Union center, Bragg accused him of moving too slowly. Longstreet, unaccustomed to such criticism, retorted, "General, you have my men and you have my plan. If you do not trust me to execute it, perhaps you should command this wing yourself." The discord among the Confederate High Command highlighted the internal divisions that plagued the Army of Tennessee. While their soldiers fought valiantly on the battlefield, the lack of unity among their leaders would have long-term consequences for the campaign. In the thick of the fighting near Horseshoe Ridge, Private Thomas Atkins of the 10th Indiana Infantry distinguished himself with an act of extraordinary bravery. Atkins, a farmhand from rural Indiana, had enlisted in the Union Army to fight for the preservation of the Union. By September 1863, he was a battle-hardened soldier, though the horrors of war had not dulled his sense of duty. When Confederate forces launched a particularly fierce assault on his regiment's position, the Union line began to waver. Seeing the danger, Atkins grabbed the regimental flag, which had fallen when its bearer was shot, and charged forward, rallying his comrades with the cry, "Hold the line for Indiana!" Atkins's audacity inspired his fellow soldiers, who surged forward to repel the Confederate attack. Amid the chaos, Atkins was struck by a bullet and fell to the ground, the flag still clutched in his hands. His comrades rushed to his side, determined to save the man who had given them the courage to stand their ground. Though gravely wounded, Atkins survived the battle and became a symbol of the resilience and determination of the Union Army. His story was later recounted in letters and memoirs, a testament to the power of individual heroism in the face of overwhelming odds. As darkness fell on September 20, the battlefield grew eerily quiet. The Union Army, under the leadership of General George Thomas, had managed to hold Horseshoe Ridge against all odds, but the cost had been staggering. Thousands of soldiers lay dead or wounded, their bodies scattered across the fields and forests of Chikamuaga. Thomas ordered his remaining forces to withdraw under the cover of night, knowing that continued resistance would only result in further loss of life. The retreat was carried out with remarkable discipline, a testament to Thomas's leadership and the professionalism of his troops. Among the retreating soldiers was Corporal Edward Wainwright of the 35th Ohio Infantry, who wrote in his journal, "We marched through the darkness, the cries of the wounded echoing behind us. The weight of defeat hung heavy on our shoulders, yet we took solace in the knowledge that we had not broken." For the Confederate Army, the victory at Chickamauga was bittersweet. While they had forced the Union Army to retreat, their own losses were devastating. General Braxton Bragg recognized the toll the battle had taken, but remained determined to press his advantage in the days to come. The Battle of Chickamauga would go down in history as one of the bloodiest and most consequential engagements of the Civil War. Its aftermath would set the stage for the siege of Chattanooga and the eventual Union resurgence in the Western Theater. As General George H. Thomas rode through the retreating Union lines under cover of night, he could feel the weight of the day's losses bearing down on him. The calm, composed rock of Chickamauga, who had inspired his men to hold their ground, was now grappling with the haunting realities of what they had endured. While Thomas's steadfast leadership had prevented a total Union rout, the staggering casualties, over 1,600, 0 Union troops killed, wounded or captured, were a grim reminder of the cost of war. Later, when the Union Army reached Chattanooga, Thomas called his staff officers together. He spoke sparingly, his voice steady but somber. "We held our ground because we had no choice," he said. "There will be many who do not see tomorrow because of it. Honor them with your discipline in the days ahead." His sense of responsibility extended beyond strategy in the days ahead. Later, when the Union Army reached Chattanooga, Thomas was deeply committed to his men's welfare and morale. In his private correspondence that evening, Thomas penned a letter to his wife, Frances Lucretia Kellogg Thomas. "This is a sorrowful day," he wrote. "The courage of our men was magnificent, but courage alone cannot undo the grief of war. The enemy will call this a victory, but I fear the victory is shared with death himself." For the men who had fought under Thomas's command, his stoic example became a source of strength. Many credited him with saving the Army of the Cumberland, and the nickname Rock of Chickamauga would follow him for the rest of his career, cementing his legacy as one of the Union's most revered leaders. On the Confederate side, General Braxton Bragg should have been basking in the glow of his army's hard-fought victory. The Union forces had been driven from the field, their casualties were enormous, and the Army of the Cumberland was now cornered in Chattanooga. Yet Bragg's triumph was far from secure, and the seeds of discontent within his command continued to grow. Confederate General James Longstreet, who had played a decisive role in the breakthrough on September 20, was critical of Bragg's leadership. Privately, Longstreet confided to his staff that Bragg had squandered the opportunity to annihilate the Union Army entirely. "We had them," Longstreet said. "They were broken, beaten, and ripe for destruction. Yet we hesitated." Even General Leonidas Polk, a close associate of Bragg, had grown frustrated. Polk blamed Bragg for failing to properly coordinate the final stages of the attack, a mistake that allowed the Union left to hold Horseshoe Ridge. The friction between Bragg and his senior commanders created an air of mistrust that would haunt the Confederate Army in the weeks ahead. In his official report, Bragg framed the victory at Chickamauga as a triumph of Confederate arms, but his subordinates were less convinced. Brigadier General St. John Liddell, who had witnessed the horrific casualties firsthand, later remarked, "If this is victory, I shudder to imagine what defeat looks like." Captain Ely Lilly, commanding a Union battery at Horseshoe Ridge, became one of the unsung heroes of the battle. Lilly, a young and ambitious officer, had spent the day coordinating his artillery under relentless Confederate fire. His cannons, strategically positioned to cover the ridge, inflicted devastating casualties on the attacking forces and played a crucial role in holding the line. Lilly's men worked tirelessly, loading and firing their guns with mechanical precision. Private Samuel Ruggles of Lilly's battery later recalled, "The captain never wavered, not once. Even as the rebels closed in, he stood among us, shouting orders as if the outcome was already decided in our favor." Private Samuel Ruggles of Lilly's battery later recalled, The captain never wavered, not once. Even as the rebels closed in, he stood among us, shouting orders as if the outcome were absolutely certain. During the final Confederate assault, one of Lily's cannons was struck by enemy fire, killing several gunners. Undeterred, Lily rallied his remaining men and directed their fire toward the advancing infantry. The withering barrage forced the Confederates to retreat, buying the Union defenders critical time to regroup. After the battle, Lily wrote in his journal, "Chikamuaga will remain with me for the rest of my days. I saw men at their bravest and their most broken. I pray that their sacrifices will not be in vain." Lily's leadership during the battle marked the beginning of a distinguished career that would later see him rise to prominence in both military and civilian life. Among the Confederate ranks was Sam Watkins, a private in the 1st Tennessee Infantry. Watkins, a young soldier from Columbia, Tennessee, had already seen his share of battles, but Chikamuaga would remain etched in his memory as one of the most harrowing experiences of the war. Watkins later wrote about the intensity of the fighting in his memoir, Co-author. "It was like a great storm, relentless and unyielding. Men fell like leaves in autumn, and the ground was soaked with blood." He described the exhaustion and fear that permeated the ranks as they charged the Union positions, only to be met with unrelenting artillery fire. During one assault on Horseshoe Ridge, Watkins's regiment became pinned down under heavy fire. With no clear orders and chaos all around him, Watkins relied on instinct and camaraderie to survive. "We were brothers out there," he wrote. "The officers gave commands, but it was the man next to you who gave you courage to press on." By the end of the battle, Watkins's regiment had suffered enormous losses. As he looked around the shattered remnants of his unit, he felt a profound sense of loss, but also a grim determination to carry on. Chikamuaga was a river of death, he reflected, but we crossed it together, for better or worse. While the soldiers on both sides bore the brunt of the fighting, the civilians living near the battlefield were not spared from the horrors of war. Families who had called the Chikamuaga Valley home found their lives upended as the conflict descended upon them. Among these civilians was Martha Glenn, whose farmhouse became a makeshift field hospital during the battle. Glenn and her family worked alongside Union surgeons to care for the wounded, regardless of their allegiance. "They were men, not enemies," Glenn later said. "They bled the same, cried the same, and died the same." Confederate forces also commandeered civilian property, often leaving families with little food or shelter. John McFarland, whose cabin stood near Chikamuaga Creek, was forced to flee with his wife and children as the fighting drew near. When he returned after the battle, he found a little trace of his fields, which he usually looked past him, still agreeing with his family. As February remembers, McFarland said to him, "Let's protect the hills and let me him amazing property." The civilians of Chikamuaga bore witness to the devastating impact of war on their land and their lives. Their stories, though often overshadowed by the larger narratives of the battle, provide a crucial perspective on the human cost of conflict. As the battle came to a close, General James Longstreet reflected on what might have been. While his forces had achieved a significant breakthrough in the Union center, the Confederate Army had failed to deliver the decisive blow that Longstreet believed was within their grasp. Longstreet's frustrations were compounded by his growing disillusionment with General Braxton Bragg. In a letter to his wife, Longstreet wrote, "We fought bravely and well, yet I fear we are led by a man who lacks the vision to see the larger picture. Chikamuaga was a victory, but it could have been so much more." For Longstreet, the battle marked a turning point in his relationship with Bragg and the Confederate High Command. The discord that had simmered throughout the campaign now threatened to boil over, casting a shadow over the Confederate Army's hard-won success. In the aftermath of the crushing defeat at Chickamauga, Union General William Rosecrans found himself overseeing the chaotic retreat of the Army of the Cumberland. The once confident commander, praised for his earlier victories, now wore the look of a man crushed under the weight of failure. As the battered Union Army made its way toward Chattanooga, Rosecrans worked tirelessly to maintain order. His staff reported that he was nearly sleepless, moving among his troops, giving orders, and attempting to instill confidence. Yet the withdrawal was anything but orderly. Streams of wounded soldiers, exhausted stragglers, and hastily abandoned supplies clogged the roads leading to the city. Major General James A. Garfield, Rosecrans' chief of staff, stayed by his side throughout the retreat. Garfield's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Rosecrans' frayed nerves. At one point, Garfield urged Rosecrans to rest. "The men need to see their general, strong and clear-headed," Garfield advised. But Rosecrans shook his head. "I cannot rest until I am certain they are safe," he replied. As the army reached the relative safety of Chattanooga, Rosecrans knew his career hung by a thread. Though the Union Army had avoided complete destruction, its position in Chattanooga was precarious. Supplies were running low, morale was in tatters, and Confederate forces loomed just outside the city. On the Confederate side, General Braxton Bragg ordered his army to pursue the retreating Union forces. However, the pursuit was sluggish, hindered by exhaustion and disorganization within the Confederate ranks. Many of Bragg's men, like Private Sam Watkins of the 1st Tennessee Infantry, were too physically and mentally drained to push forward. Watkins recalled the grueling march toward Chattanooga in his memoir. "We moved like ghosts, dragging ourselves forward on legs that could barely carry us. The victory at Chickamauga had taken everything from us, and now we were asked to give more." General Nathan Bedford Forrest, commanding Confederate cavalry, was furious at the slow pace of the pursuit. Forrest, known for his aggressive tactics, believed the Union Army could be destroyed if Bragg acted decisively. In a heated confrontation, Forrest confronted Bragg reportedly saying, "You have played the part of a damned scoundrel. If you were any part of a man, I'd slap your jaws and force you to fight me." Despite Forrest protests, Bragg remained cautious, opting to lay siege to Chattanooga rather than risk another major engagement. The Confederate Army encircled the city, cutting off Union supply lines and leaving Rosecrans' forces trapped and vulnerable. As the Union Army settled into its defensive position in Chattanooga, the task of caring for the wounded fell to a small group of overworked surgeons, nurses, and volunteers. Among them was Clara Barton, who had earned a reputation for her tireless dedication to soldiers during the war. Barton arrived in Chattanooga shortly after the battle, bringing with her a wagon full of medical supplies. She worked day and night, tending to the injured in makeshift hospitals, set up in churches and abandoned buildings. The suffering I witnessed at Chikamuaga was beyond anything I had seen before. The wounded were everywhere, their cries filling the air like a chorus of despair. One of the soldiers Barton cared for was Corporal William May of the 23rd Ohio Infantry, who had suffered a severe leg wound during the battle. Barton stayed by his side for hours, holding his hand as surgeons worked to save his limb. "She was an angel of mercy," May later said. "Without her, I do not believe I would have survived." Barton's work at Chickamauga further solidified her reputation as one of the most compassionate and capable figures of the war. Her efforts not only saved lives, but also provided a measure of comfort to soldiers enduring unimaginable pain. By late September 1863, the Confederate Army had tightened its grip around Chattanooga, effectively cutting off the city from the outside world. Union forces were now trapped, their supply lines severed, and their food and ammunition dwindling rapidly. Says John Blakely, Confederate General James Longstreet, who had grown increasingly critical of Bragg's leadership, argued for an immediate assault on the city. "We have them cornered," Longstreet told Bragg. "If we strike now, we can end this war in the West." But Bragg, wary of Union reinforcements, and still reeling from the disorganization within his own ranks, refused to act. Inside Chattanooga, Union soldiers began to feel the effects of the siege. Private John Beatty of the 19th Ohio Infantry described the grim conditions in his diary. "We are down to half rations, and even those are barely edible. The men are growing weaker by the day, and the thought of another battle in this state is almost unbearable." Despite the dire circumstances, Union commanders worked to fortify the city's defenses. Brigadier General George Wagner oversaw the construction of earthworks and trenches, ensuring that the Union Army would be ready to repel any Confederate assault. "We may be starving," Wagner told his men, "but we will not surrender." Hundreds of miles away in Washington, D.C., President Abraham Lincoln received word of the Union defeat at Chickamauga and the subsequent siege of Chattanooga. The news was a devastating blow to the Union war effort, and Lincoln knew that swift action was needed to save the Army of the Cumberland. Lincoln turned to General Ulysses S. Grant, who had recently achieved a string of victories in the Mississippi Valley. Grant was ordered to take command of all Union forces in the Western Theater and to relieve the siege of Chattanooga at any cost. "We cannot afford another defeat," Lincoln told his advisers. "The fate of the nation may very well rest on what happens in Chattanooga." Grant wasted no time. He traveled to Chattanooga in late October, accompanied by Major General William Tecumseh Sherman and elements of the Army of the Tennessee. Grant's arrival marked a turning point in the campaign, as his presence brought a renewed sense of purpose and determination to the beleaguered Union forces. For Lincoln, the stakes could not have been higher. Chikamuaga had been a bloody and costly setback, but Chattanooga offered a chance to regain the initiative. With Grant in command, Lincoln placed his faith in the general's ability to turn the tide of the war. When Ulysses S. Grant arrived in Chattanooga on October 23, 1863, he found the Army of the Cumberland in dire straits. Supplies were running dangerously low, morale was at its lowest point, and the men were exhausted and demoralized. The Confederates under Braxton Bragg had complete control of the surrounding high ground, effectively choking off the Union Army. Grant immediately set to work. He met with General George H. Thomas, commander of the Army of the Cumberland, who had earned the nickname the Rock of Chickamauga for his steadfast defense during the recent battle. Though Grant respected Thomas's leadership on the field, he found Thomas's cautious demeanor frustrating. Grant wasted no time, issuing direct orders to prepare for action. One of Grant's first decisions was to reopen supply lines. The current route, known as the Cracker Line, was under constant threat from Confederate forces. Grant tasked Brigadier General William F. Baldy Smith with devising a plan to secure the river route to Chattanooga. "The men need food, and they need it yesterday," Grant told Smith. "You'll find a way, and you'll find it fast." Smith proposed an audacious plan to seize Brown's Ferry, a key position along the Tennessee River. If successful, the maneuver would allow Union forces to transport supplies directly into Chattanooga, bypassing Confederate positions. Grant approved the plan without hesitation, setting the stage for one of the most critical logistical operations of the campaign. On the night of October 27, 1863, Union troops under the command of Brigadier General William B. Hazen quietly launched their boats onto the Tennessee River. The soldiers, including men from the 28th Pennsylvania and 75th Ohio Infantry, rowed in silence, their oars muffled with cloth to avoid detection by Confederate pickets. Private John Roosh of the 75th Ohio later described the tension of that night. "We could hear the enemy on the riverbank, their campfires casting eerie shadows on the water. One false move, one loud splash, and it would have been all over for us." The Union troops landed at Brown's Ferry just before dawn, catching the Confederate defenders by surprise. Hazen's men quickly overpowered the small Confederate force and established a foothold on the riverbank. At the same time, additional Union forces marched to reinforce the position, securing the area and opening the supply line. Grant was elated when word of the operation's success reached him. Supplies began flowing into Chattanooga almost immediately, lifting the spirits of the beleaguered soldiers. General Thomas remarked, "It is as though a great weight has been lifted from our shoulders." One feet pointed toward the sea, and another remained fixed on the ground. The securing of the Cracker Line was a turning point in the campaign. For the first time in weeks, the Union Army in Chattanooga could breathe a sigh of relief. But Grant knew the battle was far from over. While the Union Army worked to strengthen its position, the Confederate High Command descended into chaos. General Braxton Bragg faced mounting criticism from his subordinates, many of whom believed his indecisiveness had cost them the chance to destroy the Union Army at Chikamuaga. One of Bragg's most vocal critics was General James Longstreet, who had been sent to reinforce Bragg's army after the Battle of Gettysburg. Longstreet openly questioned Bragg's leadership, accusing him of squandering their advantage. The enemy was beaten, demoralized, and retreating. Longstreet wrote in a letter to President Jefferson Davis, "Yet we sit idle, content to let them regroup and strengthen their position." Bragg, aware of the growing discontent, responded by reshuffling his command. He relieved General D.H. Hill of his duties and reassigned several other officers, hoping to quell the dissent. However, these moves only deepened the divisions within the Confederate Army. General Patrick Cleburne, one of Bragg's most capable subordinates, tried to remain focused on the task at hand. Known as the Stonewall of the West for his tenacity in battle, Cleburne was determined to hold the high ground around Chattanooga. "Let them come," Cleburne told his men. "We will show them the cost of taking these hills." He too underwent the agonies of failure. As the Confederates squabbled among themselves, Grant began planning his next move. With reinforcements from the Army of the Tennessee under General William Tecumseh Sherman on the way, Grant aimed to break the Confederate siege and drive Bragg's army from the heights surrounding Chattanooga. Grant summoned his top commanders, including Thomas, Sherman, and Major General Joseph Hooker, to a council of war. Hooker, who had recently arrived with reinforcements from the Army of the Potomac, was eager to prove himself after his mixed performance at Chancellorsville earlier that year. "Give me a command," Hooker said, "and I will give you victory." Grant's plan called for a three-pronged assault. Hooker's forces would attack Lookout Mountain to the southwest. Sherman's troops would target the northern end of Missionary Ridge, and Thomas's army of the Cumberland would launch a diversionary attack at the center. The goal was to divide and overwhelm the Confederate defenses. In the days leading up to the battle, Union soldiers worked tirelessly to prepare. Supplies continued to pour into Chattanooga via the Cracker Line, bolstering morale and readiness. Lieutenant Arthur MacArthur, Jr., of the 24th Wisconsin Infantry, wrote to his family, "We are ready for whatever comes next. I have never seen the men so determined." On November 24, 1863, Hooker's forces began their assault on Lookout Mountain. The operation, later dubbed the Battle Above the Clouds, was one of the most dramatic engagements of the campaign. Union troops advanced up the steep slopes of the mountain under cover of dense fog, which shrouded their movements and confused the Confederate defenders. Among the attacking force was Colonel John W. Geary's division, which included regiments from Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Illinois. Private Thomas Galway of the 8th Ohio Infantry recalled the eerie atmosphere of the battle. The fog was so thick we could barely see a few feet in front of us. The sounds of musket fire and cannon blasts echoed through the mist, making it impossible to tell where the enemy was. Despite the challenging conditions, Hooker's men pushed forward, slowly driving the Confederates back. By afternoon, Union forces had captured most of the mountain. Confederate defenders, realizing they were outnumbered and outflanked, began retreating toward Missionary Ridge. The sight of the Union flag flying atop Lookout Mountain was a powerful morale booster for the men in Chattanooga. General Thomas observed the scene through his field glasses and remarked, "That is a sight I will never forget." The morning of November 25, 1863, revealed the full extent of the Union victory on Lookout Mountain. General Joseph Hooker's forces, now firmly in control of the towering heights, surveyed the valley below. Confederate forces had abandoned their positions overnight, retreating toward Missionary Ridge. Ibsen. Hooker, jubilant in his success, sent word to Grant that the mountain had been secured. "The Army of the Cumberland is ready to finish the job," Hooker declared. His men, exhausted but triumphant, descended the slopes to rejoin the larger Union forces preparing for the final assault on Missionary Ridge. Private William C. Storrs of the 149th New York Infantry recorded his impressions of the battle in a letter home. "The sight from atop the mountain was like nothing I've ever seen. The fog gave way to sunlight, and we could see for miles. The valley spread out below us like a map. It felt like a moment of destiny." Meanwhile, Confederate General Braxton Bragg scrambled to rally his forces along Missionary Ridge. His command was in disarray, with many officers still seething over Bragg's perceived failures. Bragg, however, remained determined to make a stand. "This ridge will not fall," he told his staff. "We will hold the line here." While Hooker's men celebrated their victory at Lookout Mountain, General William Tecumseh Sherman prepared to launch his attack on the northern end of Missionary Ridge. Sherman's forces, including men from the Army of the Tennessee, had crossed the Tennessee River under the cover of darkness and were now poised to strike. Sherman believed he was facing a weak point in the Confederate defenses, but his intelligence was flawed. The position he targeted was held by General Patrick Cleburne's division, one of the most formidable units in Bragg's army. Known for his tenacity and tactical brilliance, Cleburne had fortified his position and was ready for the Union assault. As Sherman's men advanced, they were met with a withering barrage of musket and artillery fire. Confederate soldiers, entrenched on the ridge, poured shot and shell into the advancing Union lines. Private Sam Watkins of the 1st Tennessee Infantry described the scene in his memoirs. "The Yankees came at us in waves, but we stood our ground. The ridge was ours, and we intended to keep it. Despite their courage, Sherman's men were unable to break through Cleburne's defenses. The assault stalled, leaving Sherman frustrated and his troops exposed to heavy fire. Grant, observing the battle from a nearby hilltop, recognized that the success of the day would depend on Thomas and the Army of the Cumberland. The men of the Army of the Cumberland had borne the brunt of the defeat at Chikamuaga, and many felt their honor had been tarnished. For weeks they had endured the siege of Chattanooga, their spirits lifted only by the arrival of reinforcements and supplies. Now they were eager to prove their worth in battle. General George H. Thomas, ever calm and deliberate, prepared his men for the assault on the center of Missionary Ridge. Grant's original plan called for Thomas's forces to mount a diversionary attack, drawing Confederate attention away from Sherman and Hooker. However, as the day wore on, it became clear that the Army of the Cumberland would play a much larger role in the battle. Colonel Emerson Opdyke of the 125th Ohio Infantry rallied his men as they waited for the order to advance. "This is our chance," Opdyke told them. "We will show them what the Army of the Cumberland is made of." At 3 p.m., Thomas gave the order. Thousands of Union soldiers surged forward, crossing the open fields at the base of Missionary Ridge under heavy fire. The men moved with determination, spurred on by the knowledge that their reputation and the fate of Chattanooga was at stake. As the Union forces reached the Confederate rifle pits at the base of Missionary Ridge, something extraordinary happened. Instead of halting as planned, the men continued to advance, scaling the steep slopes of the ridge in a spontaneous and uncoordinated assault. Lieutenant Arthur MacArthur, Jr. of the 24th Wisconsin Infantry was among those who led the charge. Carrying his regiment's colors, MacArthur shouted, "On, Wisconsin," as he climbed the ridge, inspiring his men to follow. Years later, MacArthur would recall the moment as one of sheer instinct. "There was no stopping us," he said. The Confederate defenders, caught off guard by the audacity of the attack, struggled to hold their ground. Many units, already demoralized by the defeats at Lookout Mountain and the Union breakthrough at the Cracker Line, began to falter. General Patrick Cleburne's division, holding the northern end of the ridge, fought valiantly to stem the tide. However, the rest of Bragg's army crumbled under the pressure. As Union troops reached the summit, the Confederate line collapsed, and Bragg's forces began a hasty retreat. By evening, the Union army stood victorious atop Missionary Ridge. The Confederate forces, now in full retreat, fled south toward Georgia, leaving behind artillery, supplies, and thousands of prisoners. The battle was over, and Chattanooga was firmly in Union hands. Grant, observing the aftermath from his headquarters, praised the bravery of the Army of the Cumberland. "They have redeemed themselves," he said. "Today they proved they are among the finest soldiers in this army." For General Thomas, the victory was deeply personal. He had weathered criticism and doubt, but his steady leadership had brought the Army of the Cumberland through its darkest days. His men, now filled with pride, dubbed him the Sledge of Chattanooga. Confederate General Braxton Bragg, humiliated by the defeat, tendered his resignation to President Jefferson Davis. Though Davis initially hesitated, he eventually accepted Bragg's resignation, marking the end of the general's troubled tenure as commander of the Army of Tennessee. As the Union soldiers celebrated their hard-won victory, they knew the war was far from over. But for the men who had fought at Chattanooga, the triumph at Missionary Ridge was a moment of vindication, a testament to their resilience and courage. As the sun set on November 25, 1863, the Confederate Army was in full retreat. General Braxton Bragg's forces streamed southward, leaving behind a battlefield littered with abandoned cannons, shattered wagons, and hastily dug graves. The defeat at Missionary Ridge had broken Bragg's army, and his leadership hung by a thread. Among those overseeing the retreat was General Patrick Cleburne. Known for his discipline and determination, Cleburne worked tirelessly to organize a rear guard to protect the fleeing Confederate forces. His division, which had held the northern end of Missionary Ridge, had fought bravely, but even Cleburne could not prevent the collapse of the larger army. Lieutenant Sam Watkins of the 1st Tennessee Infantry described the retreat in his memoirs. The road was choked with men and wagons, all moving in a desperate bid to escape the Union advance. The air was thick with smoke and the cries of the wounded. It was a scene of utter chaos. Despite the disarray, Cleburne managed to rally his men near Ringgold Gap, a narrow mountain pass that offered a natural defensive position. He understood that holding this gap, even for a short time, could delay the Union pursuit and allow the rest of Bragg's army to escape. On the morning of November 27th, 1863, Union forces under Major General Joseph Hooker pursued the retreating Confederates toward Ringgold Gap. Hooker, emboldened by his recent success at Lookout Mountain, was eager to deal a final blow to Bragg's army. However, he underestimated the tenacity of Cleburne's and his men. Cleburne had positioned his troops to take full advantage of the terrain. The narrow pass funneled the Union forces into a confined space, making them easy targets for Confederate sharpshooters and artillery. As Hooker's men advanced, they were met with a devastating volley of fire. Private Charles Bennett of the 125th Ohio Infantry recalled the assault. The enemy was hidden among the rocks and trees, and their bullets seemed to come from every direction. We tried to press forward, but the ground was strewn with our fallen comrades. The battle raged for hours, with Union troops making repeated attempts to dislodge the Confederates. Despite being outnumbered, Cleburne's division held firm, inflicting heavy casualties on the attackers. By midday, Hooker reluctantly ordered a withdrawal, recognizing that further assaults would only lead to more losses. Cleburne's successful defense of Ringgold Gap earned him praise from his superiors and the admiration of his men. General Bragg, in one of his final acts as commander of the Army of Tennessee, issued a special commendation to Cleburne, calling his performance one of the most brilliant feats of arms of the war. The Union victory at Chattanooga marked a turning point in the Civil War. With the city firmly under Union control, the Confederates lost a key transportation hub and gateway to the Deep South. Ulysses S. Grant, now widely regarded as the Union's most capable commander, was promoted to General-in-Chief of all Union armies shortly after the battle. For the soldiers who had fought at Chattanooga, the victory was bittersweet. The cost of the campaign had been staggering, with thousands of men killed, wounded, or missing. Lieutenant Arthur MacArthur, Jr., who had distinguished himself during the assault on Missionary Ridge, reflected on the sacrifices made by his comrades. "We achieved a great victory," he wrote, "but the price was high. The faces of the fallen will remain with me, always." In the Confederate camp, morale was at an all-time low. Bragg's resignation was accepted by President Jefferson Davis, who replaced him with General Joseph E. Johnston. Johnston faced the daunting task of rebuilding the shattered Army of Tennessee and preparing for the next Union offensive. Civilian accounts also painted a grim picture of the aftermath. Mary Jane Chaddick, a Confederate sympathizer living in Huntsville, Alabama, wrote in her diary about the refugees streaming southward. "They come with nothing but the clothes on their backs, their faces gaunt with hunger and despair. The war has brought ruin to us all." In the weeks following the Battle of Chattanooga, Grant began laying the groundwork for his next campaign. With the Confederate forces in retreat, he turned his attention to Atlanta, a vital industrial and transportation center for the South. Grant's ultimate goal was to break the Confederacy's ability to wage war by targeting its infrastructure and resources. General William Tecumseh Sherman, who had proven his skill during the Chattanooga campaign, was chosen to lead the Atlanta offensive. Sherman, known for his aggressive tactics and unflinching resolve, was eager to take on the challenge. "We will make Georgia howl," he famously declared. Grant also recognized the importance of maintaining the momentum gained at Chattanooga. He worked closely with General George H. Thomas to strengthen the Army of the Cumberland, ensuring it was ready for future operations. Thomas, now a hero in the eyes of his men, continued to focus on building discipline and morale within his ranks. As the Union prepared for the next phase of the war, Grant reflected on the significance of Chattanooga. While the Union celebrated its triumph, the human cost of the campaign weighed heavily on both sides. Hospitals in Chattanooga overflowed with wounded soldiers, many of whom faced long and painful recoveries. Clara Barton, who had come to the battlefield to assist with medical care, worked tirelessly to comfort the injured. "The suffering here is beyond words," she wrote, "but it isn't possible to measure it." For the families of those who had fallen, the news of victory brought little solace. Letters and telegrams bearing the dreaded words, "Killed in action," arrived in homes across the country, plunging countless families into mourning. Among them was the family of Captain Eli Lilly, whose artillery units had played a key role in the Union assault. Lilly survived the battle, but wrote of the loss of many friends. "War is a cruel teacher," he lamented. Confederate families, too, faced the grim reality of loss. In the South, the defeat at Chattanooga deepened the sense of despair and uncertainty. Confederate soldier Sam Watkins captured the somber mood in his writings. "We fought with all the courage we could muster, but it was not enough. The war grinds on, taking more from us with each passing day." After the brilliant rearguard action at Ringgold Gap, Confederate General Patrick Cleburne was granted a rare reprieve to rest his troops. He had bought precious time for the retreating Confederate forces, but the victory at the Gap did little to lift his spirits. In a letter to a close friend, Cleburne expressed his frustration with the state of the war. "We fight with valor," he wrote, "but it seems our courage is not enough to overcome the mounting tide against us. The men are weary, the supplies scarce, and the leadership fractured." Known as the Stonewall of the West, Cleburne had become one of the Confederacy's most respected generals, but even he could not ignore the cracks forming within their ranks. Cleburne's loyalty to the Confederacy was unwavering, but he harbored deep concerns about its ability to sustain the war effort. In private discussions with his staff, he began to voice radical ideas, including the controversial suggestion of enlisting enslaved men to fight for the Southern cause in exchange for their freedom. The idea, while bold, would later be met with fierce opposition from many of his peers, signaling the divisions that plagued the Confederate leadership in the previous years, including the controversial suggestion of enlisting enslaved men to fight for the Southern cause in exchange for pay. In the wake of Chattanooga's fall, Confederate President Jefferson Davis reluctantly replaced Braxton Bragg with General Joseph E. Johnston. The appointment marked a significant shift in the Confederate High Command, as Johnston was known for his cautious, defensive approach to warfare. Johnston inherited an army that was demoralized, undersupplied, and deeply divided. Many officers resented Bragg's leadership and remained skeptical of the government in Richmond. Johnston's first task was to rebuild trust and cohesion within the Army of Tennessee. But Johnston's first task was to rebuild trust and cohesion within the Army of Tennessee. He began by addressing the grievances of his subordinates, including Patrick Cleburne and John Bell Hood, who had clashed with Bragg. Johnston also focused on improving the Army's supply lines, recognizing that hunger and fatigue had contributed to the disaster at Chattanooga. Lieutenant Sam Watkins observed the change in leadership with guarded optimism. "General Johnston seems to understand the plight of the common soldier," he wrote. "He speaks to us not as pawns, but as men. Perhaps under his command, we will find a way to turn the tide. In the aftermath of the Chattanooga campaign, Clara Barton arrived in the city to aid the wounded and displaced. Known as the Angel of the Battlefield, Barton had already gained a reputation for her tireless efforts to provide medical care during the war. At a makeshift hospital near the city, Barton worked alongside local volunteers and military surgeons to treat the hundreds of men injured in the battles of Lookout Mountain and Missionary Ridge. She wrote in her journal, "The suffering here is unimaginable. They endure pain with a resilience that humbles me." Barton also took on the task of reuniting families separated by the conflict. She recorded the names of the wounded and missing, sending letters to their families whenever possible. Her efforts brought comfort to countless loved ones and solidified her legacy as a pioneering humanitarian. One soldier, Private William Perkins of the 75th Indiana Infantry, credited Barton with saving his life. "She brought us food, water, and hope," he later wrote. "In a world torn apart by war, she reminded us of our shared humanity." Back in Washington, D.C., the Union victory at Chattanooga was celebrated as a major triumph. President Abraham Lincoln, who had closely followed the campaign, sent a message of congratulations to General Grant and his officers. "The thanks of a grateful nation are due to you and your brave men," Lincoln wrote. Grant's reputation soared following the victory, solidifying his status as the Union's preeminent military leader. Newspapers across the North praised his leadership, with one editorial declaring, "Grant has shown that he is a man of action, a commander who understands the urgency of this war." For the soldiers of the Army of the Cumberland, the victory was deeply personal. Colonel Emerson Opdyke, who had distinguished himself during the assault on Missionary Ridge, wrote to his wife about the pride he felt. "We have redeemed ourselves in the eyes of the nation," he wrote. "The ghosts of Chikamuaga have been laid to rest." Yet, even as the Union celebrated, Grant and his generals understood that the war was far from over. The road to Atlanta lay ahead, and with it the promise of new battles and new sacrifices. The remnants of the Confederate Army of Tennessee regrouped in Dalton, Georgia, under the command of General Johnston. The winter of 1864 was harsh, and the men faced shortages of food, clothing, and medical supplies. Morale was at an all-time low, and desertion rates began to climb. Private Sam Watkins described the conditions in Dalton as a soldier's hell. In his memoirs, he wrote, "The snow fell thick around us, and we shivered in our ragged uniforms. The rations were scarce, and the nights were long. Many of my comrades spoke of home, longing for a war that seemed never-ending to finally cease." Johnston worked tirelessly to restore order and discipline. He implemented new training regimens and sought to improve the Army's supply situation. Despite the challenges, he maintained a calm and steady demeanor, earning the respect of many of his soldiers. One of Johnston's most vocal supporters was General Patrick Cleburne, who admired his leader's pragmatism and resolve. "Johnston is a man of reason," Cleburne wrote. "He understands that this war will not be won by reckless aggression, but by careful strategy and the will to endure." In March 1864, Ulysses S. Grant was promoted to Lieutenant General, placing him in command of all Union armies. This unprecedented move gave Grant the authority to oversee the entire war effort, and he immediately began coordinating a new strategy to bring the Confederacy to its knees. Grant's plan called for a coordinated offensive on multiple fronts. While Sherman prepared to march on Atlanta, General George Meade would lead the Army of the Potomac against Robert E. Lee in Virginia. Other Union forces would target key Confederate strongholds along the Mississippi River and Gulf Coast. Grant's leadership style was direct and unrelenting. He believed in maintaining constant pressure on the enemy, forcing them to react rather than plan. "The art of war is simple enough," Grant once said. "Find out where your enemy is, get at him as soon as you can, and strike him as hard as you can." For the soldiers who had fought under Grant at Chattanooga, his promotion was a source of pride. "General Grant is a man of destiny," wrote Lieutenant Arthur MacArthur, Jr. "Under his command, we will see this war through to its rightful conclusion." As the war ground to its bloody conclusion in 1865, the memories of Chickamauga and the campaigns that followed remained vivid for those who survived. The battlefield that had once been a cauldron of death and chaos was now quiet, its forests and fields scarred by the horrors of war. Veterans from both sides often revisited the site, drawn by the echoes of comrades lost and the lessons learned in blood. General George Thomas, now a celebrated Union hero, visited the battlefield after the war. Standing on Snodgrass Hill, he reflected on the decisions made and the lives saved that day. "War tests the limits of the human spirit," he told a companion, "but it also reveals what men are capable of: great courage, great sacrifice, and an enduring will to persevere." Thomas's legacy as the Rock of Chickamauga would be forever tied to that moment when his steadfast limits were prevented disaster. For Confederate survivors like Sam Watkins, the war's conclusion brought both relief and a lingering sense of loss. In his memoirs, Coat 8, Watkins wrote of Chickamauga with a mixture of pride and sorrow. "We fought as men possessed, and yet what did we gain? Only the knowledge that war spares no one. It is a fire that consumes all, leaving only ashes behind." In the decades after the war, former Union and Confederate soldiers gathered at Chickamauga to commemorate their shared sacrifice. These reunions became moments of reconciliation, where enemies once divided by fierce loyalties found common ground in their shared humanity. At one such gathering in the 1890s, aged veterans from the 9th Ohio Infantry shook hands with former soldiers of the Confederate brigades they had faced. "We were enemies once," one Union veteran remarked. "But on this ground we bled the same, we cried the same, and we buried our brothers together." Now, we are no longer enemies. We are Americans. Clara Barton, though advanced in age, attended one of the memorial services where she was honored for her contributions during the war. Her work as a nurse and humanitarian remained an inspiration to all who had witnessed the suffering she sought to alleviate. The Battle of Chickamauga left an indelible mark on the American consciousness. It was a stark reminder of the human cost of war and the resilience of those who fought. The site was preserved as a national military park in 1890, ensuring that future generations would remember the sacrifices made there. Historians debated its significance, with some calling it a Confederate victory and others noting the strategic Union success that followed at Chattanooga. Regardless of interpretation, Chickamauga's story was one of bravery, tragedy, and endurance. It was a story of men like Patrick Cleburne, whose brilliance under fire epitomized the Union cause. Hitman. As the sun set over the rolling hills of northern Georgia, a group of schoolchildren toured the battlefield, guided by a local historian who recounted the events of those fateful September days in 1863. Their faces reflected a mixture of awe and sadness as they stood where thousands had fallen. One child asked, "Why did they fight?" The guide paused, choosing his words carefully. "They fought for what they believed in," he said, "but more importantly, they fought for the future, for a country that could endure beyond their time. They gave their lives so that we might learn to cherish peace and unity." The group moved on, leaving behind the quiet echoes of Chickamauga. The river, once called the River of Death, flowed peacefully now, its waters a testament to the passage of time and the healing of old wounds. Chapter 1. In the end, the story of Chickamauga was not only about the bloodshed and loss. It was a story of resilience, of finding common ground in the aftermath of unimaginable division. It was a reminder that even in the darkest hours, the human spirit could endure, and that the lessons of the past could guide the hope for a brighter future. The roar of artillery thundered across the black sand, shaking the ground as the first wave of Marines hit the beaches. Private First Class Jack Lucas, barely 17, clutched his rifle, heart pounding as he leapt off the Higgins boat. Ahead lay Suribachi, the dormant volcanoes standing sentinel over Iwo Jima. Lucas had forged papers to join the Marines. As chaos erupted around him, machine gun fire raked the beach. Men fell like leaves in a storm, their cries lost in the cacophony. Lieutenant Colonel Chandler Johnson watched through binoculars from a command post aboard the USS El Dorado. He saw men struggling to find cover against the unyielding terrain and hidden Japanese pillboxes. His orders were clear: secure the beachhead and push inland. Johnson's mind raced through the strategy as the realization dawned. this would be no ordinary battle. On the Japanese side, Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, stoic and calculating, reviewed the reports streaming in from his underground command post. His defenders had prepared for months, constructing a labyrinth of tunnels and bunkers beneath the island. He had instructed his men to hold fire until the beaches were crowded, conserving ammunition for maximum impact. Watching through periscopes, Kuribayashi crossed the beach. Navy Corpsman George Wallen moved with practiced precision, dragging wounded men to safety. The stench of sulphur mingled with blood as he worked tirelessly to stabilize the injured. Wallen had volunteered to accompany the Marines, knowing the risks. Yet, amidst the pandemonium, his thoughts were singular. Save as many lives as possible. The battle raged into its second day, and the Marines began inching toward Mount Suribachi. Sergeant John Bazalone's legacy loomed large among the men. Though Bazalone had been killed during the initial assault, his heroism in Guadalcanal served as an inspiration. Stories of his bravery circulated, providing a morale boost as the Marines faced withering enemy fire. Private Ralph Ignatowski, known to his friends as Iggy, was among those scaling the Black Sands. His close friend, Ira Hayes, watched his back. Hayes, a Pima Native American, carried the weight of his people's expectations alongside his rifle. Their camaraderie was forged in the fires of basic training, but nothing had prepared them for the horrors of Iwo Jima. Meanwhile, Kuribayashi inspected the intricate tunnel systems with Captain Yoshitaka Ori. Their men, entrenched in caves, had orders to die rather than surrender. Food and water were rationed. Every soldier knew this was a battle of attrition. Kuribayashi, despite his loyalty to Japan, harbored no illusions about victory. His goal was to inflict such devastating losses that the Americans might reconsider their march toward Tokyo. In the skies above, P-51 Mustangs strafed enemy positions while B-24 Liberators pounded the mountain. Lieutenant Harry Martin, a Marine platoon commander, coordinated an advance despite heavy losses. With every step, the volcanic ash made progress agonizingly slow. Yet, Martin's voice carried a resolve that kept his men moving forward. By February 23, the summit of Suribachi was within reach. A squad led by Sergeant Michael Strank, including Hayes, Franklin Sousley, and Harlem Block, was tasked with securing the peak. Each man carried a heavy burden, their faces etched with exhaustion and determination. As they ascended, bullets whizzed past, and explosions shook the ground. The Japanese defenders fought fiercely, unwilling to cede an inch. Sousley, barely 19, kept his thoughts on home, recalling the rolling hills of Kentucky. Block, a Texas, thought of his parents, imagining their pride in his service. At 10:20 a.m., the small group reached the summit. A tattered flag was raised, and cheers erupted from below. Photographer Lou Lowry captured the moment, though the image was later overshadowed by the noetonic second flag raising hours later. captured by Joe Rosenthal. For the men on the ground, however, the first flag symbolized a hard-fought victory, however fleeting. Kuribayashi, observing the scene from a hidden vantage point, felt a pang of defeat, but refused to yield. He ordered his men to fight on, using the network of tunnels to stage counterattacks. As the battle wore on, the toll became unbearable. The Marines pressed deeper into the island, encountering resistance at every turn. Basilina's widow, Lena May, received word of his death just as news of the flag raising reached the US mainland. The contrast between public celebration and personal grief was stark, as the poetry Lucas's bravery was immortalized when he threw himself on 2 grenades to save his comrades. Miraculously, he survived, though his injuries were severe. Wallen continued his work, earning a Medal of Honor for his selfless acts under fire, though the weight of the lives he couldn't save haunted him. For the Japanese defenders, surrender remained unthinkable. Kuribayashi penned a final letter to his family, expressing pride and sorrow. Hori, recognizing the futility, questioned whether the sacrifices made on Iwo Jima would be remembered or lost to history. In the weeks leading up to the invasion, Private First Class Franklin Sousley had written home to his mother, telling her not to worry. From the humid barracks of Camp Tarawa in Hawaii, he'd spoken of the ocean breezes and how he looked forward to returning to Kentucky. Now, on Iwo Jima, as mortar fire rained down, those letters felt like fragments of a distant life. Sousley wondered if he'd ever get to send another. Sergeant Mike Strank, the squad leader of Sousley's unit, was a father figure to the younger Marines. Born in Czechoslovakia, Strank had grown up in Pennsylvania and joined the Marines out of a deep sense of duty. His calm demeanor earned the respect of everyone under his command. On the island, Strank's focus was singular. "This isn't about us," he told them. "It's about the guys coming behind us." While Strank led his squad forward, Private Harlan Block carried the weight of responsibility as the one who had planted the first flag alongside Sousley, Hayes, and others. A native of Texas, Block had enlisted alongside his high school football teammates. Now, as bullets ricocheted around him, he clung to the hope that they'd all survive to see home again. Farther behind the lines, war correspondent Robert Sherrod captured the chaos in his notebooks, observing the unyielding grit of the Marines. Sherrod's reports, sent back to the States, were vivid but restrained, balancing the need to inform with the necessity of maintaining morale. The battle's brutality, however, was impossible to ignore. As the Marines advanced across Iwo Jima, they encountered a new kind of warfare. Lieutenant General Kuribayashi's defensive strategy was unlike anything they had faced. The Japanese had created a sprawling network of tunnels, allowing them to move unseen and launch ambushes that decimated entire platoons. Private First Class Ralph Iggy Ignatowski and Ira Hayes found themselves assigned to clear one such tunnel. Armed with flamethrowers and grenades, the pair descended into the darkness. The air was thick with sulphur and the stench of death. Hayes led cautiously, his sharp instincts honed from years of navigating the harsh desert terrain of his Pima reservation. Inside the tunnels, Japanese soldiers fought with desperation. Many were willing to die rather than surrender, charging at the Marines with bayonets or detonating grenades. Hayes and Ignatovsky worked together, covering each other as they pressed forward. In one skirmish, Ignatovsky froze as an enemy soldier lunged at him. Hayes acted swiftly, saving his friend's life, but the horrors of the tunnels would haunt them forever. For Kuribayashi, the tunnels were his lifeline. From his underground command post, he issued orders to his scattered forces. Captain Yoshitaka Hore, Kuribayashi's chief of staff, began to question how long they could hold out. Supplies were dwindling, and the relentless American assault left little room for hope. Still they fought on, determined to make the battle as costly as possible for their enemy. By the afternoon of February 23, the Marines on Mount Suribachi received orders to replace the first flag with a larger one, ensuring visibility across the island. Associated Press photographer Joe Rosenthal accompanied the squad tasked with the mission. Sergeant Mike Strank led his men, Franklin Sousley, Harland Block, Ira Hayes, Harold Schultz, and René Gagnon, up the slopes, the weight of the flagpole resting heavily on their shoulders. Rosenthal followed closely, camera in hand. None of them anticipated the iconic moment about to unfold. At the summit, Strank directed the placement of the flag. "Let's get it right," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. As the 6 men hoisted the pole, Rosenthal snapped his photograph. The image would later become one of the most enduring symbols of World War II, immortalizing the sacrifice and determination of the men who fought on Iwo Jima. For Sousley, Block, and the others, the flag raising was a fleeting moment of triumph in an otherwise relentless battle. Back home, the photograph would be celebrated, but for the men on the island, the fight was far from over. In the days following the flag raising, the battle intensified. Sergeant Mike Strank was killed by a mortar round while leading his squad in a clearing operation. His death sent shockwaves through the unit, particularly Franklin Sousley and Harland Block, who had come to see Strank as a steadying presence in the chaos. Sousley, just 19, tried to push forward, drawing strength from Strank's example, but on March 21, he too was struck down by a sniper's bullet. Nearby, René Gagnon and Ira Hayes witnessed their friend's death, the grief etched into their faces. For Hayes, the loss of Sousley and Strank deepened an already profound sense of survivor's guilt. Meanwhile, Navy Corpsman George Wallen continued his selfless work, moving through the battlefield to aid the wounded. Despite being injured himself, Wallen refused evacuation, saving countless lives before finally succumbing to his injuries. His actions earned him the Medal of Honor, though he considered the recognition a hollow consolation for the friends he had lost. As the days dragged on, the the Marines faced a grim reality. Every inch of Iwo Jima came at a devastating cost. Ira Hayes, still grappling with the deaths of Mike Strank and Franklin Sousley, began to withdraw into himself. He moved through the battlefield like a ghost, performing his duties with quiet efficiency but saying little. Private First Class Harold Schultz, another member of the flag-raising squad, tried to hold the unit together. Though not one to seek the spotlight, Schultz carried out his duties with unassuming courage. His quiet competence became a source of stability for the surviving men, even as the horrors of war continued to mount. The Japanese defenders, though weakened, remained fiercely determined. Lieutenant General Kuribayashi's tactics forced the Marines to fight for every foot of ground. Captain Yoshitaka Hori, one of Kuribayashi's most trusted officers, worked tirelessly to coordinate the defense. Hori knew their chances of survival were slim, but his loyalty to Kuribayashi and his country drove him to persevere. Navy Corpsman John Bradley, who had also helped raise the second flag, found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of casualties. Moving from one wounded Marine to the next, Bradley's hands were stained with blood, his ears ringing from the screams of the dying. Despite the chaos, he remained calm, drawing on his training to save as many lives as he could. By March, the battle for Iwo Jima had devolved into a nightmarish slog. The volcanic terrain, combined with the Japanese defenders' refusal to surrender, made progress agonizingly slow. At night, the Marines were haunted by banzai charges and surprise attacks. One such attack caught Private First Class Ralph Ignatowski off guard. While moving through a ravine with his unit, Ignatowski was captured by Japanese soldiers. His fate became a chilling reminder of the enemy's ferocity. When his body was recovered days later, it bore the marks of unspeakable torture. The news devastated Ignatowski, one of his closest friends. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Chandler Johnson, the officer who had ordered the flag raising, was killed by an artillery shell. His death marked another profound loss for the Marines, who had come to rely on his steady leadership. Kuribayashi, hidden deep within his underground command post, knew the battle was nearing its end. He ordered his remaining troops to prepare for a final stand, knowing full well they would not survive. In one of his last letters, he wrote to his family, "Do not expect my return. I am prepared to die for my country." On March 26, 1945, the Japanese launched a desperate final assault. Nearly 300 soldiers, many of them wounded or starving, charged the American lines in a last-ditch effort to inflict maximum damage. Among the attackers were cooks, medics, and clerks, every able-bodied man who could still fight. Marine Lieutenant Harry Martin led a counterattack to repel the assault. Despite being outnumbered, Martin and his men held their ground, displaying extraordinary bravery in the face of overwhelming odds. Martin was killed during the fight, earning a posthumous Medal of Honor for his actions. Kuribayashi's death remains shrouded in mystery. Some accounts suggest he died leading his men in the final charge, while others believe he committed ritual suicide in his bunker. His body was never conclusively identified, adding an air of legend to his final moments. The Marines, exhausted but victorious, began the grim task of clearing the island. For Ira Hayes, John Bradley, and Harold Schultz, the end of the battle brought little solace. The losses they had endured overshadowed any sense of triumph. Back in the United States, the photograph of the second flag raising became a national sensation. Joe Rosenthal's image was printed on the front pages of newspapers across the country, hailed as a symbol of hope and resilience. For the men in the photograph, however, the fame was bittersweet. Ira Hayes, in particular, struggled with the attention. As a Native American, he felt alienated by the sudden spotlight, and the weight of survivors' guilt bore down on him. Hayes later described the flag raising as just one moment in a battle filled with countless acts of bravery, most of which would never be recognized. John Bradley returned home and rarely spoke of his experiences. For decades, he avoided public appearances, focusing instead on his family and career as a funeral director. Harold Schultz, too, lived a quiet life, only revealing his role in the flag raising late in life. As the battle faded into history, the surviving Marines carried the memories of their fallen comrades. The sacrifices made on Iwo Jima were not just for victory, but for the promise of a future free from tyranny. When the surviving Marines returned home, the war they left behind on Iwo Jima came with them, embedded in their memories and etched into their souls. Ira Hayes struggled to adjust to life outside the battlefield. As a Pima Native American, he faced discrimination and poverty upon returning to his reservation in Arizona. Though hailed as a hero for his role in the battlefield, the title on some removed markers proved too big for him. Ira Hayes struggled to adjust to life outside the battlefield. As a people trying to adjust to life by civil warfare, denounced as a monster, the man was presented with Congress and later thrown to the bailiffs of the palace. The press stalks contemplated raising up to the highest bar, accepting. John Bradley returned to his hometown of Antigo, Wisconsin, where he was welcomed with open arms. Despite his community's pride in his service, Bradley spoke little of his time on Iwo Jima. Instead, he focused on rebuilding a quiet life with his wife, Betty, and their children. His reluctance to share his story left even his family in the dark about the full extent of his experiences. Harold Schultz, who had always been reserved, slipped back into civilian life with little fanfare. Working as a postal clerk, he never sought recognition for his role in the war. It wasn't until decades later that his identity as one of the flag raisers would come to light, bringing a quiet sense of validation to his sacrifices. For those who survived Iwo Jima, the bonds forged in battle became an enduring source of strength. René Gagnon, whose role in the flag raising brought him brief fame, struggled to capitalize on his celebrity status. Despite his best efforts, Gagnon found himself working ordinary jobs, longing for the camaraderie of his wartime brothers. Ira Hayes and René Gagnon crossed paths during the War Bond Tour, a national campaign to raise funds for the ongoing war effort. Together with John Bradley, they were paraded before cheering crowds. Their image as flag raisers turned into a symbol of American resilience. But Hayes resented the attention, feeling that it detracted from the sacrifices of those who never made it home. As the tour progressed, Hayes began drinking heavily, seeking to numb the pain of his memories. The strain of being thrust into the public eye took its toll on all three men, but it was Hayes who bore the weight most visibly. The post-war years were particularly challenging for Ira Hayes. Haunted by the deaths of his friends on Iwo Jima, he spiraled into depression and alcoholism. In 1954, Hayes returned to Washington, D.C. for the dedication of the Marine Corps War Memorial, modeled after the iconic flag-raising photograph. While the memorial stood as a tribute to the courage of the Marines, for Hayes it was a stark reminder of the lives lost. That same year, Hayes visited Harlan Block's family in Texas to confirm that Block had been one of the flag raisers. The trip brought some closure to Block's grieving mother, Belle, who had long suspected that her son was in the photograph. However, for Hayes, the journey only deepened his anguish. By January 1955, Hayes was found dead near his home, succumbing to exposure after a night of heavy drinking. He was 32 years old. His death was a tragic end to a life shaped by the unrelenting trauma of war. The legacy of the Battle of Iwo Jima continued to resonate long after the guns fell silent. For John Bradley, the memories of his time as a Navy corpsman remained locked away, revealed only through occasional remarks or brief flashes of emotion. His son James Bradley later pieced together his father's story, published to Flags of Our Fathers in 2000, a heartfelt tribute to the men who raised the flag and those who fought alongside them. Errol Schultz lived out the remainder of his days in quiet anonymity. It wasn't until 2016, more than 70 years after the battle, that the Marine Corps officially recognized him as one of the flag raisers. Schultz had never sought recognition, and by the time his role was confirmed, he had already passed away. His inclusion in the historical record served as a final acknowledgement of his service and sacrifice. As the war drew to a close, René Gagnon found himself thrust into the national spotlight. His youthful charm and clean-cut demeanour made him a natural choice for public appearances. Yet beneath the polished exterior, Gagnon struggled to reconcile his wartime experience with his newfound celebrity. He often found himself answering questions about the flag raising, but the questions rarely touched on the realities of combat. Gagnon worked tirelessly to provide for his family, taking jobs as a janitor, milkman, and factory worker. Despite the fame the photograph brought him, he lamented that it had not opened the doors he hoped it would. For years, He carried the weight of being remembered more for a photograph than for the sacrifices he and his comrades endured. Meanwhile, his wife Pauline encouraged him to pursue opportunities tied to his fame. But Gagnon felt disconnected from the narrative that had been built around him. "I'm no hero," he often said. For Gagnon, the real heroes were the men who had died on Iwo Jima, a sentiment shared by many veterans of the battle. Back in Wisconsin, John Bradley returned to his family and his work as a funeral director. For Bradley, the transition to civilian life was a deliberate step away from the horrors of war. He rarely spoke of his experiences, even to his wife and children. Bradley's Medal of Honor citation, awarded for his bravery as a corpsman, was tucked away in a drawer, a symbol of his humility. When pressed about the flag raising, he downplayed its significance, insisting that it was simply a moment of teamwork among weary soldiers. In later years, Bradley's son James would recall the stoic silence his father maintained about the war. It wasn't until after Bradley's death in 1994 that James began to piece together his father's story, uncovering letters, photographs, and other artifacts that revealed the depth of his sacrifice. This journey would culminate in Flags of Our Fathers, a book that shed light on the humanity of World War II. On the Japanese side, Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi's leadership during the Battle of Iwo Jima became a subject of study and reverence. His innovative defensive tactics, which emphasized inflicting maximum casualties rather than traditional banzai charges, earned him respect even among his adversaries. Kuribayashi's personal writings, including letters to his wife and children, revealed a man torn between duty and love for his family. These letters, discovered after the war, humanized a figure often viewed through the lens of military strategy. Kuribayashi's insistence on fighting to the last man was both a testament to his discipline and a reflection of the immense pressure he faced from Japan's wartime leadership. In the post-war years, Kuribayashi's legacy was honored in Japan as a symbol of loyalty and sacrifice. His story served as a reminder of the human cost of war, resonating with generations who sought to understand the complexities of a conflict that reshaped the world. The dedication of the Marine Corps War Memorial in 1954 was a solemn occasion, attended by surviving flag raisers, family members of the fallen, and dignitaries. Sculptor Felix de Weldon had painstakingly recreated the iconic photograph in bronze, ensuring that the monument captured the grit and determination of the men who fought on Iwo Jima. For Ira Hayes, the ceremony was bittersweet. While the memorial stood as a tribute to the sacrifices of his comrades, Hayes felt that it could never fully convey the horrors of the battle or the lives lost. In his quiet moments, he reflected on his friends, Franklin Sousley, Harlan Block, and Mike Strang, who had not lived to see the end of the war. John Bradley and René Gagnon attended as well, each grappling with their own emotions. Bradley's reserved demeanor contrasted with Gagnon's polite but strained engagement with the media. For both men, the memorial was a reminder of the bonds forged in war and the weight of survival. After the dedication of the Marine Corps War Memorial, the surviving flag raisers quietly returned to their lives, carrying memories too heavy to share openly. Ira Hayes, unable to reconcile the hero's image thrust upon him with the reality of his trauma. Despite attempts by friends and family to support him, Hayes' struggles culminated in his untimely death in January 1955. For René Gagnon, life after the war remained an uphill battle. Though initially celebrated as a symbol of victory, Gagnon found himself working menial jobs to make ends meet. Despite the hardships, he maintained his dignity and continued to honor the memories of his fallen comrades. John Bradley, by contrast, avoided the limelight altogether. In his Wisconsin funeral home, he found solace in serving his community. Bradley's children would later describe his quiet, consistent presence as a source of strength, even as he carried the weight of his wartime experiences in silence. The memory of Franklin Sousley loomed large in his hometown of Hilltop, Kentucky. For his family, the iconic photograph of the flag raising was both a source of pride and a poignant reminder of their loss. Sousley, only 19 when he was killed on Iwo Jima, became a symbol of youthful sacrifice for his community. Sousley's mother, Goldie, cherished the letters he had sent from the battlefield, reading them over and over in the years following his death. She often spoke of her son's sense of humor and determination, qualities that endeared him to everyone who knew him. The flag-raising photograph, while celebrated nationally, held a deeply personal significance for the Sousley family. Harlan Block's role in the flag-raising was initially unrecognized due to a mix-up in identifying the men in the photograph. His family, particularly his mother, Belle, maintained that Harlan was one of the men captured in the iconic image. It wasn't until Ira Hayes made the journey to Texas to confirm Harlan's participation that the truth was officially acknowledged. For the Block family, the recognition brought both closure and a renewed sense of pride. Harlan's leadership and bravery were remembered not only by his family, but by the Marines who had fought alongside him. His story became a testament to the sacrifices made by young men who answered the call of duty. Mike Strank, the oldest of the flag raisers, was remembered as a natural leader whose calm demeanor inspired confidence in his men. Killed just days before the iconic photograph was taken, Strank's absence was deeply felt by those who knew him. His leadership on Iwo Jima had been instrumental in guiding his unit through the chaos of battle. In his hometown of Johnstown, Pennsylvania, Strank was honored as a local hero. His family and friends spoke often of his unwavering commitment to his men and his country. For them, the photograph of the flag raising served as a symbol of his dedication and sacrifice. Beyond the flag raisers, countless other men contributed to the battle and its aftermath. Navy Corpsman Donald Hooper, for instance, worked tirelessly alongside John Bradley, saving lives while under constant fire. Hooper's dedication reflected the selflessness of the medical personnel, who risked everything to care for their comrades. Lieutenant Colonel Chandler Johnson, who had ordered the replacement flag to be raised, was remembered as a tactical genius and a compassionate leader. His death during the battle left a void that was felt by all who served under him. Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kurabayashi's name became synonymous with unwavering resolve. For his soldiers, Kurabayashi's leadership embodied the Bushido code, even as they faced insurmountable odds. His decision to forego traditional banzai charges in favor of prolonged resistance reshaped the tactics of modern warfare and left a lasting impression on both sides. Joe Rosenthal, the Associated Press photographer who captured the iconic flag raising, became an unexpected participant in the unfolding story of Iwo Jima. Rosenthal, initially unaware of the impact his photograph would have, found himself at the center of a media whirlwind upon its publication. He faced skepticism and criticism from those who believed the photograph was staged, an accusation he fervently denied throughout his life. Rosenthal's dedication to documenting the realities of war, however, earned him widespread respect. His photograph became a symbol of sacrifice, unity, and hope, immortalizing the men who raised the flag and the countless others who fought alongside them. While the second flag raising captured global attention, the first flag raising earlier that day held its own significance. Men like Private First Class Charles W. Lindbergh, Corporal Harland Block, and Lieutenant Harold Schreier played pivotal roles in this event. Lindbergh, who survived the battle, often spoke about the importance of the first flag raising, emphasizing that it had been no less significant than the second. He expressed frustration that the men involved in the initial act of bravery were often overshadowed by the second flag. For Lindbergh, the recognition of all participants was crucial in honoring the sacrifices made on Iwo Jima. Years after the war, Joe Rosenthal visited the Marine Corps War Memorial in Arlington, Virginia. Seeing his photograph transformed into a massive bronze sculpture left him reflective. He marveled at how a single moment had come to represent so much, not just for the Marines, but for the nation as a whole. Rosenthal spent his later years advocating for veterans, ensuring their stories were told with dignity and accuracy. He reminded the public that the flag raisers were ordinary men thrust into extraordinary circumstances, their heroism a reflection of the countless others who fought and died on Iwo Jima. For the families of those who perished on Iwo Jima, the battle left a legacy of pride and sorrow. Belle Bloch, Harla's mother, became an outspoken advocate for ensuring her son's memory was preserved. Her determination to see Harlan recognized as one of the flag raisers was a testament to her love and resilience. Franklin Sousley's mother, Goldie, often recounted stories of her son's humor and optimism, keeping his spirit alive within their Kentucky community. The loss of Sousley at such a young age was a constant ache, but Goldie found solace in the knowledge that her son's sacrifice had contributed to the greater cause. Lieutenant Colonel Chandler Johnson, who directed the raising of the replacement flag, was remembered as a brilliant leader and a dedicated Marine. Johnson had anticipated the symbolic power of the flag, ensuring that a larger, more visible banner was raised to inspire the troops. State troops have ever exhibited great independence. Johnson's death during the battle underscored the relentless dangers faced by commanders and soldiers alike. His strategic decisions and personal bravery earned him posthumous recognition, solidifying his legacy within the Marine Corps. Those who served under him spoke of his unwavering commitment to his men and his mission. Ira Hayes returned to the Gila River Indian community after the war, but he struggled to find peace. The weight of being labelled a hero while his friends lay buried haunted him. Hayes sought solace in the company of fellow veterans and the open desert, but his battles with PTSD and alcoholism grew more severe. Despite his struggles, Hayes was a steadfast advocate for the recognition of Harlan Block as one of the flag raisers. He travelled to Texas to personally speak with Block's family, ensuring their son's contribution was properly acknowledged. This act of loyalty reflected the deep bond Hayes felt toward his fallen comrades, and subsequently his triumphs and successes. In January 1955, Hayes was found dead near his home, a victim of exposure after a night of heavy drinking. His tragic death served as a sobering reminder of the invisible scars carried by so many veterans. John Bradley's life after the war was marked by a deliberate silence about his experiences on Iwo Jima. A devoted husband and father, he focused on his work as a funeral director in Wisconsin, channeling his energy into helping others through their own losses. Bradley rarely spoke of the war, but his family noticed subtle signs of its impact. His quiet demeanor, his reluctance to discuss the photograph, and his habit of visiting grave sites alone. For Bradley, the flag raising was a fleeting moment in a long and harrowing battle. Decades later, his son James uncovered letters, medals, and photographs that revealed the depth of his father's service. Inspired, James wrote Flags of Our Fathers, a book that brought the human stories behind the iconic photograph to light. René Ganon's post-war life was a mix of public recognition and personal challenges. Initially hailed as a national hero, Ganon struggled to find steady employment and provide for his family. The fame he had earned from the flag raising did not translate into lasting financial or professional success. Gagnon often attended public events commemorating Iwo Jima, but he privately resented being defined by a single moment. Like the other survivors, he believed the true heroes were those who did not return. Despite these challenges, Gagnon remained committed to honoring the memory of his fallen comrades. In later years, Gagnon reflected on the complexities of being part of history. While he appreciated the gratitude of the American people, he wished for a fuller understanding of the sacrifices made by all who fought on Iwo Jima. Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi's leadership during the Battle of Iwo Jima was a study in resilience and strategy. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Kuribayashi rejected traditional Banzai charges, opting instead for a methodical defense designed to inflict maximum casualties. Kuribayashi's personal writings revealed a man deeply conflicted between his duty to Japan and his love for his family. His letters, written in the months leading up to the battle, expressed both hope and resignation. "I will fight to the last man," he wrote, "when my thoughts will always be with you." Kuribayashi's death during the final days of the battle marked the end of Japanese resistance on Iwo Jima. Though his body was never recovered, his legacy endured as a testament to his ingenuity and resolve. The families of the fallen flag raisers, Sowsley, Block, and Strank, carried the burden of loss long after the war ended. In Kentucky, Franklin Sowsley's mother, Goldie, kept his memory alive through stories and photographs, often sharing them with visitors who came to honor her son. Belle Block, Harlon's mother, worked tirelessly to ensure her son's role in the flag raising was recognized. Her determination culminated in the correction of the historical record, a victory that brought both pride and sorrow. Mike Strank's family in Pennsylvania honored his legacy through community service, inspired by his dedication to others. Strank's leadership and sacrifice became a source of inspiration for generations of Marines. The medics and corpsmen of Iwo Jima were the lifeline for the Marines, operating under harrowing conditions to save lives. Among them was pharmacist mate Second Class George Vollen, who epitomized the courage and resilience required on the battlefield. Despite being severely wounded multiple times, Vollen refused to leave his comrades, instead continuing to treat injuries and evacuate the wounded. His actions earned him the Medal of Honor, a testament to the indispensable role of medics in war. John Bradley, another Navy corpsman, worked tirelessly to treat wounded Marines while under relentless enemy fire. His calm demeanor and skill in the field saved countless lives. But the emotional toll of the battle lingered long after the war. Bradley rarely spoke about his experiences, but his silence reflected the weight borne by those tasked with preserving life amidst destruction. The medics faced not only physical dangers, but also emotional challenges. They witnessed firsthand the devastating injuries inflicted by war, often forming personal bonds with the men they treated. The sacrifice and dedication of these individuals became a symbol of hope and humanity amid the chaos of battle. For many of the flag raisers and their comrades, the return home was not the end of their struggles. The survivors carried the weight of guilt and loss, grappling with why they had lived while so many others had perished. Ira Hayes was perhaps the most poignant example of this struggle. A member of the Pima Indian tribe, Hayes felt an acute sense of responsibility to honor his fallen comrades, particularly Harlan Block and Mike Strank. Hayes often spoke of the camaraderie he shared with his fellow Marines, describing them as brothers, but his inability to reconcile the public adoration he received as a flag raiser with the trauma he endured led him down a path of alcoholism and despair. Despite these struggles, Hayes made a point of traveling to Texas to ensure that Harlan Block's role in the flag raising was properly recognized. This act of loyalty underscored his enduring bond with his comrades, even as he battled his own demons. For René Gagnon, life after the war was marked by a sense of disconnection. While hailed as a hero, Gagnon found it difficult to translate his wartime experiences into a fulfilling civilian life. Public appearances and speaking engagements brought fleeting recognition, but did little to ease his internal conflict. His frustrations with being defined solely by the flag raising weighed heavily on him as he sought to carve out an identity beyond that singular moment. Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, the commander of Japanese forces on Iwo Jima, implemented an unorthodox defensive strategy that prolonged the battle and inflicted heavy casualties on American forces. Unlike the traditional banzai charges that characterized earlier Pacific battles, Kuribayashi ordered his men to construct an elaborate network of tunnels, bunkers, and fortified positions. His goal was to turn the island into a fortress that would delay the American advance and buy time for Japan. Kuribayashi's leadership was marked by pragmatism and an unwavering sense of duty. In his letters to his family, he expressed both his love for them and his determination to fulfill his role as a soldier. Despite knowing the odds were against him, Kuribayashi inspired his men to fight with unparalleled tenacity. His refusal to surrender, even as defeat became inevitable, reflected his commitment to the Bushido Code and his belief in the importance of honor. Kuribayashi's tactics not only reshaped the battle, but also left a lasting impact on military strategy. His innovative use of defensive positions and guerrilla warfare tactics challenged the conventional approaches of the time, forcing the Allies to adapt and innovate in response. Amid the chaos of battle, war correspondents like Joe Rosenthal and Louis R. Lowry played a vital role in documenting the events of Iwo Jima. Rosenthal's iconic photograph of the second flag raising captured a fleeting moment of unity and hope, but it was only one part of the larger story. Louis R. Lowry, a Marine photographer, was present for the first flag raising on Mount Suribachi. Under constant enemy fire, Lowry captured images of the smaller flag being raised, an act that symbolized the Marines' determination. Although Lowry's photographs did not gain the same level of fame as Rosenthal's, they remain an important record of the battle's early stages. The work of these photographers was not without risk. Both Rosenthal and Lowry often found themselves in the line of fire, carrying heavy equipment while navigating treacherous terrain. Their commitment to capturing the realities of war ensured that the sacrifices of those on Iwo Jima would not be forgotten. In 1954, the Marine Corps War Memorial was unveiled in Arlington, Virginia, commemorating the flag raising on Iwo Jima. Sculpted by Felix de Weldon, the bronze monument was based on Rosenthal's photograph, transforming a fleeting moment into a permanent symbol of sacrifice and resilience. For the surviving flag raisers, John Bradley, René Gagnon, and Ira Hayes, seeing their likenesses cast in bronze was a surreal experience. The monument was a tribute not only to them, but to all who had fought and died on Iwo Jima. For families of the fallen, it served as a place of reflection and remembrance, a physical manifestation of the nation's gratitude. The dedication ceremony brought together veterans, families, and dignitaries, highlighting the enduring legacy of the battle. The monument's inscription, "Uncommon Valor," was a common virtue, captured the spirit of the Marines and the sacrifices made on that volcanic island. The first flag raising atop Mount Suribachi was an essential milestone in the battle for Iwo Jima, though it was later overshadowed by the second. Lieutenant Harold Schreier led the 40-man patrol up the volcanic terrain with a single mission: secure the summit and raise a flag to signify the Marines' progress. Corporal Charles W. Lindbergh, Sergeant Ernest Thomas, and others carried the small American flag, planting it into the rocky soil as a signal of hope to the troops below. This initial act of courage lifted spirits throughout the island, spurring exhausted Marines to push onward. Marine photographer Louis R. Lowry captured the moment in photographs, though his work would eventually be eclipsed by Joe Rosenthal's iconic image of the second flag raising. Lindbergh and Schreier would later recount their pride in the mission, emphasizing that the first flag symbolized the blood, sweat, and determination of all who fought on Iwo Jima. Sergeant Mike Strank, one of the flag raisers immortalized in Rosenthal's photograph, was renowned for his leadership and dedication to his men. A naturalized American from Czechoslovakia, Strank was a Marine through and through, embodying the Corps' values of honor, courage, and commitment. On Iwo Jima, Strank's squad revered him not only as a leader, but as a protector. His calm demeanor under fire reassured his men, and his tactical decisions often minimized casualties in their unit. Tragically, Strank was killed by artillery fire on March 1st, 1945. Just days after the flag raising, his death devastated his squad, who regarded him as both a mentor and a friend. In his home state of Pennsylvania, Strank's sacrifice became a source of pride for his family and community. His name remains synonymous with the values of loyalty and selflessness that define the Marine Corps. Now, the fight to take Mount Suribachi was brutal and unrelenting. Japanese defenders, following Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi's orders, used the volcanic terrain to their advantage, employing hidden artillery and sniper fire. For the Marines, each advance was met with fierce resistance, and progress was measured in yards rather than miles. Among those leading the charge were men like Lieutenant Harold G. Schreier, who directed the initial ascent to the summit. As the flag was raised, the battle below continued to rage. The sight of the American flag bolstered moment, knowing how many lives had already been lost to reach that point. The battle for Suribachi epitomized the resilience and determination of the Marines. Though the mountain was eventually secured, it came at a heavy cost, with thousands of casualties suffered on both sides. Arlen Block, a young Marine from Texas, was one of the 6 men who raised the second flag on Iwo Jima. Initially misidentified in Rosenthal's photograph, Block's role was later confirmed through the efforts of his family, particularly his mother, Belle. Belle Block's determination to ensure her son's place in history was unwavering. She recognized Harlon's posture in the photograph immediately. Knowing her son's stance as surely as she knew her own reflected, Belle worked tirelessly to have the record corrected, ensuring that Harlon's sacrifice was properly honored. For the Block family, Harlon's death was both a source of immense sorrow and profound pride. His actions on Iwo Jima embodied the values of service and sacrifice that the family held dear, and his memory remained a cornerstone of their legacy. Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi's leadership during the final days of Iwo Jima was marked by a refusal to surrender, even as defeat became inevitable. Kuribayashi, a strategist and poet, had anticipated the end, but fought to delay it as long as possible, hoping to extract a heavy toll on American forces. As supplies dwindled and the Japanese forces were pushed into smaller and smaller defensive pockets, Kuribayashi continued to inspire his men. His final letter to his family, written just days before his death, expressed his unwavering devotion to them and his sorrow at their impending separation. Kuribayashi's death remains shrouded in mystery, as his body was never recovered. Some accounts suggest he led a final charge against the American lines, while others believe he died in the tunnels beneath the island. His legacy in Japan is one of honor and innovation, a leader who redefined the conduct of war for his time.